I'm actually live. That was quick. I love sugar eggs. Now we could believe. Wait, we could believe. Believe. My audio even good? Now we could believe. Wait, we could believe. Believe. My audio even good? Yeah, it is good.
It's a name you've probably heard in the past few months, but if I had to guess, you likely don't know who he is. Neither did I. A quick Google managed Daniel Larson. It's a name you've probably heard in the past few months, but if I had to guess, you likely don't know who he is. Neither did I. A quick Google search returned images of an unorthodox-looking man, as well as page...
Of course.
after page of links to TikTok. Daniel is someone that, upon first glance, it's not hard to tell that he's somewhat troubled mentally. However, everything has its limits. Not every mentally troubled person is created equal. Some of them seek help for their problems, while others find their therapy in flashing random strangers in the park. Case in point, Mr. Daniel Larson, or how he has been nicknamed by his faithful following, Danderson. This one is going to get funny, it's going to get weird, and it's also going to get pretty dark. Let's go.
So, I'm going to talk about my life and about what's going on with me and my disability and the mental health system.
As revealed in a now-deleted video he posted to one of his accounts on TikTok, Daniel was born in 1998, which makes him 23 to 24 right now. In this video, he claims to have been abused by his mother when he was a toddler, which resulted in him being taken away from her by social services. This is also confirmed in an unrelated news segment that ran on a Denver TV station called KWGN. The segment wasn't on Daniel in particular, but instead on the Tennyson Center for Children, a foster home to which he was relocated when he was put in the custody of his grandmother, Nancy Scheimer. According to the reporter narrating the piece, Nancy moved from California to Denver to be Danny's legal guardian when she caught wind that he was suffering extreme neglect in his parents' home. Danny also claims that before he was even in preschool, he was diagnosed with developmental disabilities, autism, ADHD, and bipolar disorder, diagnoses which he came to eventually question altogether. After a year and a half living in Tennyson, he would go on to live with his grandmother for years. This newsreel was broadcasted in 2012, when Daniel must have been roughly 14 years old. His grandmother says that, though he was difficult to deal with initially, Daniel started behaving a lot better after a while. It certainly shows, as after his first public appearance, Daniel seems to not get himself involved in any trouble at all for years. Presumably, it's during this time that he first pursued his now often mentioned objective of being an actor or singer. However, this peaceful period ends in 2019, when Nancy passed away, which was also confirmed by Daniel himself. After his grandmother's passing, Daniel was briefly sponsored by a man named Bob Proctor, who he recounts meeting at a reading buddy program at the Tennyson Center. Due to how well they got along with each other at the time, they became permanent reading buddies. As they bonded over board games, Bob also befriended Daniel's grandmother. And knowing how much she cared for him, Bob decided to take up the mantle of Daniel's caretaker when Nancy would no longer be able to carry it. Easier said than done. Daniel frequently pays Bob lip service, calling him his mentor and thanking him for financing his music career. Keep in mind here that I use the terms financing and music career very loosely, considering he did little more than pay for a couple of royalty-free sounding basic instrumentals for Daniel to sing or rap over. This support resulted in cult classics in the Danderson community, such as Gang Life, an excerpt of which I'll now grace your ears with.
Fill in bud with me, hold her like a lasso, and on her face, turn that into a Picasso.
Damn.
How's that for avant-garde? This song, much to the general public's chagrin, was just one of Daniel's many forays into the music industry. It seems he was very attached to the idea that this pursuit of his would eventually lead him to becoming a celebrity. Often, he would act as if he'd already achieved fame and got a record deal with a major label, sporadically changing which one depending on the headcanon he has at the time.
I am now with Atlantic Records.
This particular part of the odyssey of Daniel Larson began in March 2020, when he began posting on TikTok on an account that no longer exists called @DanielLarsonFans. You might wonder why it's named as if it were a fan account of his, but it's actually par for the course in the Daniel Larson extended universe. During his many different nodes of online presence, there is a common theme, which is Daniel posturing as if he were already an established personality. Initially, his videos consisted of little more than him announcing his interest in becoming an actor and singer. Because of his unorthodox appearance and janky demeanor, people in the comment section began to ironically hype him up, effectively leading him to believe that he had fans. Even though, at this point, his following was very small, the few people egging him on was more than enough to get to his head, as on July 14th, he would suggest a run for presidency. The cycle would repeat, as after this, people would not only start telling him he had good chances, but often referred to him as Mr. President.
Damn.
4 days later, he would announce that he was working on an album. A few months after that, he formally announced his run for presidency. And it was around this time that his TikTok got really big, as many in the audience saw him as the next Chris Chan or Terry A. Davis. Just a month later, his TikTok hit 1 million views. The comical aspect of Daniel's online presence was reaching its peak as a phenomenon called the fog began happening throughout his TikTok videos. It seems that his front camera began malfunctioning, most likely due to Daniel hitting it in a fit of rage, as he would eventually become known to do. This made the image look foggy, and because of the meme that began surfacing at the time, wherein people would post cryptic references to a Lovecraftian fog that consumed everything in its path, the comments got flooded with fog references. Of course, Daniel was not technologically savvy enough to understand what happened to his camera, let alone fix it. The fact that everyone was commenting about the fog did not seem to matter very much to him, as the fog kept coming and going in his videos, essentially becoming an unintended running gag. And with that, the cult following he had gathered slowly went from uninvolved spectators to active trolls, as people began noticing how, due to his mental issues, Daniel was very easy to trick into doing unsavory things. He was always very active in his own comment sections, and it seems he hardly ever doubted anything anyone told him. When a comment would show up claiming to be a scout for a record label, soon after, Daniel would start making videos saying he worked for said record label. But that was only the mildest manifestation of this behavior pattern. By convincing Daniel they were his managers, they got him to say he loved CP, which he goes on to clarify is actually about Club Penguin. As time went on, his interactions with people that commented on his post became more and more involved, eventually culminating in a live fan stream where he would elaborate on his plans for his music career. So far, the entire story was well within the realm of normalcy and lightheartedness. However, as situations like these inevitably do, it quickly went south. On the 20th of November, Daniel's Pinterest account was found and leaked. The activity on the account was seriously disturbing. There was a list of pins dubbed Girl Crushes that included singer Grace VanderWaal and ventriloquist Darcy Lynn Farmer, both of whom were around 16 years old at the time. If that wasn't disturbing enough, the pictures themselves tended to be from when they were even younger than that. Another board on his Pinterest included a map that listed the age of consent in each state. After this information got around, Daniel took to his TikTok to acknowledge that the Pinterest was indeed his and apologize. Some people have said that he was coerced in some way to make this apology video by his managers, who we'll get into later. But the most scamming Pinterest activities were happening long before Daniel started getting online attention. When Daniel noticed that an apology would not suffice to get people off his back for doing what he'd done, he began claiming that his account was hacked. Due to how believable that was given Daniel's technological illiteracy, some people actually fell for this explanation. In a live stream by an account called Roach Records, a group of people that seemed closer than the average follower of Daniel's interrogated him about the Pinterest account. To add insult to injury, these Pinterest leaks helps to recontextualize certain seemingly random videos of little kids Daniel had uploaded to his TikTok and YouTube, along with liked videos of children in vulnerable positions. His excuse was that those accounts were hacked as well after he gave the login information to someone called Fine Dining. Even if that was true for the Pinterest account, which it probably couldn't be, it couldn't explain how someone could hack Daniel into duetting little girls on TikTok, as the people in the live stream point out. This doesn't even come close to addressing the fact that, in another video, he not only admits the boards are his, but that he used them to pleasure himself, in a clear admission of guilt. But that was only when Daniel was admitting there was a Pinterest account of his at all, since he would sometimes pretend he had no idea what Pinterest even was, or that the account was never his. Whether with or without the involvement of the untrustworthy manager trolls, it seemed a lot like Daniel had a big penchant for lying or purposely misleading people when he was confronted about something.
Somebody was telling me of some type of social platform called Pinterest. I wonder what type of printer it uses.
So, a few months go by with more of the usual. Daniel uploading videos that range from him being delusional about being a famous celebrity to doing trick requests. In the few times he did choose to address the allegations, he'd emphatically reiterate that literally everything that incriminated him was fake and a product of his former management. You'd think that, now that he's throwing them under the bus, he'd realize that the managers weren't really managers at all, and were just trolling him. However, Danderson's naivete gets the best of him, and he closes the video off by saying he is now signed with Interscope and Party House Records, meaning he just swapped his first group of managers for another. He proceeds to lump in anyone who tried to hold him accountable or get him to address the situation, such as Roach Records, with his former management. This meant that, even if there was someone trying to manipulate Daniel into doing bad things, there was no way to figure out who did what. In another video he made to clarify the Pinterest incident, he claims that people were showing up at his doorstep and taking pictures of his house. which may or may not be true considering that, at this point, he was pretty well known and people did know where he lived. In the
Damn.
subreddit dedicated to him, there are multiple posts of people who happen to randomly find Daniel, which means it's probably not a very hard thing to do. One thing he mentions that is verifiably true is that people were making hundreds of dollars worth of pizza orders to his house, since he
Damn.
documented at least one instance of it happening on his TikTok.
So there's currently an argument going on downstairs about the pizza deliveries from yesterday. We had a total of 3 people deliver pizza all within a 30-minute period. They were all unpaid.
After mentioning the prank
Damn.
pizza orders, he goes on to say that his management had persuaded him to audition for an adult film on a Zoom call. And
What
when
the
he
hell?
presumably began doing something humiliating, they added over 100 fans of his to the call who supposedly witnessed it all. It's very hard to sift through what is true and what isn't, considering how much of this story involves pathological lying, incompetence, miscommunication, and essentially lost pieces of information due to how many different deleted accounts Daniel had. Regardless, all of this marked a turn into a much darker direction for his story. He closes it off by saying that he's hired a private investigator, and all of this situation was orchestrated by the media to smear him, because he's an upcoming superstar singer. Those statements are probably equally untrue, as Daniel definitely could not afford something like a private investigator, given that he had no source of income and was living off of the charity of benefactors. What stands out to me is that he mentions that message exchanges had been faked to incriminate him, when, so far, it's difficult to find a particular mention of something like that. So what on earth is he talking about? Well, we're about to find out. At this point in time, it's basically impossible to accurately contextualize Daniel's online activities, as he grew more erratic, delusional, and antagonistic with his own audience as time went by. At the end of April, in one of his many attempts to ape typical celebrity behavior, he would post a tribute to comedian Blake Shelton for Black Lives Matter. He consummates the deed by doing his own version of jumping jacks in an empty street. This is actually a theme throughout Daniel's videos, which could be a result of his manager's suggestions, just as much as it could be because he likes doing them. Similarly, he made a jumping jack video asking for the George Floyd riots to stop, as well as another one where he seems to believe that the riots are being done by his fans. On the 1st of May,
fuck.
Daniel would post a video to his YouTube channel shouting out none other than EDP445, essentially empathizing with a sex offender and suggesting that they should do a collab in the future. I honestly can't really make a comment about that would make it funnier or darker than it already is. But soon, a new era would begin in the Larson-verse, dubbed the Headset Era, due to every video being recorded with Daniel donning a comically large headset on his head, even when he is running outside for whatever reason.
Whoever is trying to call me right now needs to stop. I realize I'm a If you guys don't...
On the same day, he would publish a video called Daniel Larson Supports Transgender Mouth, in which he says, in support of Trans Awareness Month, he is now transgender. It is unknown why he did this, since there is no further reference to this ever again. While his attempts at saving face from the Pinterest account fiasco were still ongoing, a new bombshell was soon to drop, the May 6th incident, as the Larson heads have dubbed it. Despite how ominous the name sounds, it does not do justice to the psychological trauma inflicted by it. On that date, Daniel releases his first live concert on TikTok, consisting of him playing music in his headset, which is completely inaudible to the watchers, and singing alone outdoors. So far, it seems like run-of-the-mill content for Daniel. Later that same day, however, he announced that he was planning to quit TikTok, but not before doing a live stream where he would audition for an adult film. This instantly set off an alarm among his followers, because he had previously spoken about being manipulated into doing exactly the same thing by his former managers. Everyone saw what was coming next, yet could not help themselves from looking at it nonetheless. The live stream began, and people began joining it en masse and wait for their expectations to be fulfilled. Like clockwork, as soon as enough people were watching, Daniel would pull his pants down and expose himself to the camera, until his live stream was shut down and his account got permanently banned. Just a few hours later, he would resurface in another account claiming, once again, that he'd gotten hacked, as if that explained or justified anything at all.
Hello everyone, this is my new account. Please follow this new account. This is my new account. Once again, this is my new account.
According to the Daniel Larson wiki, and yes, he does have a wiki managed by his loyal followers who have undertaken the burden of documenting his story as it unravels, Daniel was convinced by one of his former managers, Flexburger. In addition to the TikTok live, he also concurrently posted a picture of his genitalia to his YouTube community page. Though that seems to now be lost media, probably for the best. It's difficult to say what exactly followed or preceded these events, but it was amidst these conflicts that Daniel declared war on Flexburger, as well as warning his fans against looking at pictures of his ding-a-ling. What seems to have been the case is that Flexburger was one of the first people to discover firsthand about Daniel's Pinterest account, and because of this, decided to go on a campaign to expose Daniel. This included leaking private audios of Daniel talking about Sky Brown, a 12-year-old British-Japanese skateboarder, in a very suggestive way. Along with this, he pretended he was a minor and texted Daniel in classic To Catch a Predator form. Much to the collective dismay of his fans, it worked on Daniel every single time, as he would always say the worst things imaginable to people he thought were minors, soliciting them, and, occasionally, bringing in Grace Vanderwall, his go-to obsession, into the conversation, just to express how he felt about her. This was what Daniel was talking about when he mentioned the text messages. Daniel addressed all of this by announcing a lockdown and expressing all of his anger towards Flex, while saying that he would set the FBI on him. And hey, I guess you can do what you want when you're the president. What's surprising is that, even after this, Flexburger still managed to successfully pretend his way back into Daniel's good graces as Josh, an Interscope manager. It was under the Josh guise that he caused the May 6th incident. If it weren't enough, just a single day later, while everyone was still reeling from it, Daniel would go on another TikTok live stream on his new account and expose himself again. Now, not only did this bring a lot of attention to Daniel, but it also put a lot of things into context. Eventually, people put two and two together and connected the allegations with a bunch of other very incriminating clips. Examples of these include Daniel pledging to legalize child molestation when he was president, saying he repents for whacking it to pictures of children and Grace Vanderwall, as well as apologizing for having 500 megabytes of CP, so on and so forth.
If you became president, would you make pedophilia illegal or legal?
So, I would, it's kind of interesting. That's a very good point. In my opinion, if underage can actually do with the consent of parents, if, they do it the right way.
A lot of people had chalked these up to him being a mouthpiece for whatever his deranged followers were telling him to do. But now it seemed as if this was no one's own doing but Daniel's. And even if people were laughing at him, to Daniel, it may not have been a joke at all. In another TikTok from just a little before the incidents, Daniel claims he was spoken to by his parole officer about him potentially going to jail over something he'd done.
Hello, this is Daniel Larson. I just got in trouble with my probation officer for not following the probation rules. Unfortunately, there was a miscommunication. He said if it happens anymore, I will go to jail.
Though he never specifies what it was over, people connected this to a period of 3 weeks during which he was absent. Despite giving a bunch of different, conflicting reasons to explain this absence, most likely it was due to his PO catching wind of his first adult movie audition, since, as he himself says, the people that were put into the Zoom call with him while he was doing it included at least a few children. From this point onwards, the amount of accounts that get created, hacked, or allegedly hacked, and then deleted is simply too great for me to go over each and every one of them. So I'll be focusing more on the general events. On May 11th, Danderson goes on another live stream, but this time, he's having a meeting with the therapist appointed to work his case. Some interpreted this as a good sign that Daniel was seeking treatment for his many issues. This is immediately shot down by the fact that the entire live stream was recorded without the therapist's knowledge. Not only that, but it's safe to say that the only reason it was being broadcasted in the first place was so that Daniel could show people he was talking to a therapist. To make matters worse, he repeatedly told her he'd gotten 40 million views, which was a blatant lie to make her think that he was famous. In the Daniel Larson story, any sign of improvement is certain to be a mirage. Around this same time was when possibly the most infamous of Daniel's pathologies would become completely unbridled, as he would stop suppressing his extremely unhealthy obsession with Grace Vanderwall and just started being public about it all the time, beginning on May 12th with a seemingly benign, though obviously false declaration that he and Grace had some kind of collab in the works that would be coming out soon. This quickly escalated to him telling random strangers on the street that he is dating her, to him recording multiple videos moaning and whispering in a suggestive way, supposedly for Grace, to being broken up with by her, to apologizing for the sexual videos he made about her. I will definitely not go into the details, but even if he was pushed to thinking Grace Vanderwall was dating him by malicious trolls, he certainly went above and beyond the call of duty in ways that I refuse to get into the details about. Whenever he wasn't doing that, he was doing the exact same thing to the aforementioned Darcy Lynn, Sky Brown, or some combination of them. However, he always reserved a special place for Grace as his primary target of harassment and delusion. Every once in a while, a post of Grace's on TikTok or Instagram would get larcened, meaning Daniel would go on it and comment hundreds of short sentences as if he were having a conversation with her. During one of these bouts of delusion mixed with instigation from his audience, a very distraught Daniel, seemingly because he is without access to his phone, posts to TikTok in absolute despair, asking people to get him information. Based on the things he says during these uploads, he is under the impression that there has been some kind of accident and that the Vanderwall family, who he believes was in contact with him up until this point, is refusing to give him information in regards to what happened to Grace. During the video, he hits himself and threatens to end his own life. Later, on the 4th of July, he uploads a video to YouTube titled "Rest in Peace Dave and Grace Vanderwall," where he mourns their passing. Which, obviously, has not happened, just to be clear. Somehow, he simultaneously believes she took her own life and had a heart attack. But, before he does any of that, he admits to and apologizes for sending minors and sending Grace, or whoever he thought was Grace, a picture of his ding-a-ling. He promises to carry on her legacy and repent for the bad choices he's made. In a strange way, this peak delusion of thinking that not only was he dating Grace, but that she'd passed away and asked him to carry on her legacy, managed to make Daniel sound remarkably sober, and even if, just for a moment, truly self-aware. Eventually, he did figure out that Grace hadn't died, and his regular obsessive posting about her resumed instantly, with his headcanon being that they are periodically dating and breaking up. In an even less sensical turn of events, this whole obsession of his eventually did culminate in him getting contacted by the Vanderwall team, namely Grace's mother, Tina Vanderwall, though it wasn't on the best of terms. "Stop saying my daughter's name. Stop saying you are in a relationship with her. You are scaring her and our family. Everything you have said and done has been in your own mind. You need to access some mental health support and stop harassing my daughter. I have contacted the authorities and will continue to press the issue if you don't stop making disturbing videos. Your followers have harassed my daughter long enough. Stop." To which Daniel succinctly replied with the emotionally healthy response of, "I understand. I'm ending my life tonight."
What the
Of
fuck?
course, he didn't actually do anything, but this interaction with Grace's mom would go on to be the base of his online post for quite some time after. He would post multiple videos apologizing to the Vanderwall family and continually addressing the allegations, which he randomly fluctuated between admitting to his misdeeds and pretending they didn't happen at all. Eventually, in an act of what I can only describe as empathy, Tina made a comment on one of his live streams. "God, Daniel, do you think I'm watching your lives? Whoever just contacted you claiming to be me was not me. I don't want you to talk about Grace or our family anymore. I have only replied to you once when you DM'd me a couple of weeks ago. Then I told you to stop saying Grace's name, but clearly you refused to listen. Stop all of this. Everyone communicating with you are trolls, trying to get you to do crazy things. Please stop." Daniel would reply, "Okay, I understand. I have an important question if you don't mind," but no response would come. Eventually, the Grace posting would dwindle, but never quite die down. His continued campaign on Grace intermittently revives whenever someone takes the time to make a fake account, claiming to be the real Grace, and interact with him again, resulting in oddities such as a video Daniel made claiming she was being raped by her father. One of the most recent examples, from 5 months ago, has him once again apologizing and trying to get back into contact with her. trying to guilt trip her by saying that he has a heart disease from heartbreak, if you can believe that. Every once in a while, Daniel shows signs of considering that the people claiming to be Grace or associated with her in some way are just trolls. Unfortunately, every time he comes close to realizing it, he shoots it down as soon as he remembers that, to take it seriously, he would have to accept that Grace never wanted anything to do with him, which it seems he is unable to do. Quite the Romeo and Juliet story, if I may say so myself. The same month as the peak of the Grace fiasco happened, July of 2021, Daniel would upload his first completely original song, Roaring Thunder, though it would take a while longer for it to be properly published. 1 month later, in August, Daniel manages to somehow perform it in front of an audience. Even though it was pretty empty, the fact that he actually got to do an in-person concert is very impressive for a guy as troubled as Daniel. Maybe you've heard the saying, for every dark cloud, there's a silver lining. When it comes to Daniel Larson, it's exactly backwards, as every glimmer of hope or wholesomeness is immediately followed by another crushing example of just how demented this guy is. On the same day as the concert, he uploads a 3-minute video of an altercation he was having with one of his caretakers, Jonas. It seems from the video that this fight happened because Jonas was trying to take his phone away for whatever reason, which honestly is highly justifiable considering the stuff Daniel was doing on it. Since Daniel shows every sign of being extremely addicted to social media, his reaction was to become hysterical and overdramatic, acting as if Jonas was assaulting him, a move he's done multiple times over his career, if you can call it that. 1 month later, Daniel would be formally charged with destruction of private property. Though I obviously will not reveal the location of where this crime occurred, it looks to be just someone's house, and not an establishment or store or something to that effect, meaning it was probably the result of a random fit of rage from Daniel. According to the court documents, he failed to show up to court a total of 4 times, and the case status is still open to this day. This marks the beginning of another era in the Danderson lore, the Mohawk era, when Daniel gives himself a haircut based on the suggestions of another fake Grace account. His fans discovered that he'd gone to California, and he uploaded a video, which is no longer accessible, explaining that he'd been dropped by his disability services and was homeless in Los Angeles. Though the fans would also confirm that was not true based on his surroundings. Soon enough, he'd once again be back in Denver, presumably because his caseworker discovered he'd gone to California by himself and took him back. As a consequence of his issues with the disability service that was hosting him up until this point, he gets transferred to St. Francis Mental Hospital in Colorado Springs. Due to the less eventful than average nature of this period, very little of it has been archived and preserved. A few highlights that remain are Daniel declaring his hatred for the police, followed by the usual jumping jacks routine. Possibly because his CEO gave him a hard time about him leaving the States, Daniel went through a police hate arc, uploading other videos saying he hates the police, one of them in which he attempts to twerk while seemingly having an erection. You could not make this up, truly. Concurrent with these uploads, he also makes the claim that his situation with one of his managers is being monitored by the police with assistance from none other than Mr. Adolf himself. You know, I was really wondering when he'd get brought into this story. There is a very strong tinge of paranoia during this era, with Daniel occasionally saying that Tony Soprano is outside of his house trying to kill him, and that he's being persecuted by, and this is Daniel saying it, not me, Goldberg Shackelstein. To be honest, I don't think Daniel is capable of spelling anti-Semitic, let alone understanding what it means enough to actually believe in it. What is that? Most likely this was the work of someone online harassing him into saying these things. Come the beginning of 2022, and we have Daniel claiming that Grace is pregnant with the child of her grandfather, Donald Trump. If that's not enough of a bombastic revelation for you, he also reveals that she has been receiving death threats from Joe Biden, and that she will be taking shelter in his city in January. Though this sounds extremely foreboding, nothing actually happened, as you can imagine. One extremely off-putting thing about this period is that Daniel was actually given his own apartment to live in, where he would be checked in on by a handler 3 times a week. That's cool. Whoever set this up for him definitely did not take into account how much of a danger he is to himself and others, since within a few short months of his moving, he posted a video showing that he'd broken his television and put holes in his walls. According to him, he did this under threat, saying that this is what happens when he's told what to do. When this video was relayed onto his subreddit, an account called Lootbox Productions made a post saying, "Someone is spamming him telling him to post a bunch of videos with threats. Whoever it is, you need to stop. He is now at risk of losing housing. If you are trolling him, you are a disgusting human being. A little while later, the same account would return with an original post to the behind the scenes of Daniel's current circumstances. One of the current managers made a long post titled, "Announcement from the current team," saying, "Hello Daniel fans, as I am sure you are aware, there is a lot of speculation on his current management. To start off, we don't support the idea of managers, which is why we don't refer to ourselves as that. We don't tell Daniel what to do or post, and we don't get any financial benefit from him like music royalties. The only reason we do what we do is that if it wasn't us talking to Daniel on a daily basis, some 14-year-old troll would be. They could make Daniel send them all his money and tell him to go live naked saying the N-word. If you've been paying attention to him recently, you would notice that he doesn't go naked on live, say slurs, post racist stuff, etc. Because we are guiding him on the right path while keeping trolls away from him. He does say a few interesting things here and there on his own, but we don't tell him what to say or do. We give him advice to point him in the right direction, but Daniel has power over himself. As for the financial stuff, we don't control any of his existing financial accounts, such as Cash App or bank accounts. We created one Cash App as a way to allow fans to donate money that would actually benefit him. He doesn't have the best spending habits and either invests money into stocks with poor financial knowledge, gambles it away at Blackhawk, or spends it on expensive food such as a $20 burger at an upscale restaurant. With the Cash App that we created, donations will still go to Daniel, but they will be going towards his basic needs first. He gets sent that money to pay for meals, transportation, and any other expenses that are worthy. We make no profits, and the only time that money leaves that account is when it's going to Daniel. Our team is not a bunch of 14-year-olds who want to use money. Most of us are in our 20s and are only doing this because we care about Daniel's well-being. Unfortunately, his support systems such as SSI, his case manager services, and family and friends around him do not suit his situation very well, which is pretty obvious by the fact that he is homeless and can't afford food. We are in contact with his case manager and a close family friend, and they are aware of what we are doing. Our end goal is to put Daniel in a position where he doesn't have to worry about where the money for his next meal is from, utilize better spending habits, use critical thinking to tell trolls apart from the good people, ensure that he gets a roof over his head, and his safety as the most important things, because trolls could and have convinced him into harming himself. In order to meet those goals, we do plan on helping Daniel establish some more diverse ways of making money, such as possibly setting up a merchandise store, other donation apps, stable investments, etc. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Here, they make reference to Daniel saying the N-word, which I've neglected to mention up until this point. Though there are a multitude of cases of Daniel being manipulated by trolls into doing things he shouldn't, his extensive use of the N-word seems to come from his own volition. Since during the Mohawk era, when someone tries the age-old technique of first name Nick, last name Gurr on him, he points it out and says he won't fall for it, proceeding to boldly say it anyway, a la Terry Davis. Regardless of this little caveat, not only did the post seem truthful, but the general reaction to it was extremely positive. As at this point, people have developed a positive parasocial relationship with Daniel, actually wishing him to succeed, whatever that word means at this point. The empathy reached to a boiling point when people discovered that Daniel had indeed lost housing because of his antics, as more videos of the holes in his walls surfaced. Parallel to all of this cacophony of events, Daniel sends a message to Quandale Dingle.
This is a message to Quandale Dingle. Please stop messaging me. Go to hell.
I'm honestly unsure of what Mr. Dingle did to warrant this kind of treatment, but I'm sure he deserved it, as Daniel is known for his fairness. A while after the dust settles, Daniel is charged yet again with a crime. This time, dine and dashing a Hard Rock Cafe, a case which is still open to this day, probably for the same reasons as the last one. Apparently, this is just one of many cases of Daniel doing this, either showing the restaurant's tab on live stream in hopes of someone paying for it, or promising that Bob Proctor would pay for it. Most restaurants, in a mix of generosity and pity, took notice that Daniel wasn't exactly a normal person and preferred to let him off without a criminal charge, instead just banning him from the premises permanently. On the 15th of May, after the brief period of Daniel voluntarily becoming homeless, something unprecedented occurs. He decided to run the Denver Colfax Marathon with
Damn.
actual video of him doing it.
W.
And he finished second to last because he jogs the whole way through while live streaming. It's good to know
Hey,
he
he
at least
did it,
remained
though.
active during his homelessness. In an old Twitter account of his, he'd already claimed to have won in Special Olympics swimming, so him being minimally athletic isn't a complete surprise. Just a week later, Daniel posted a video of an altercation of his with an unknown man. In the video, we learn that Danderson was trespassing on his private property, sitting around in his patio and charging his phone on an outlet. When the man becomes confrontational, our most eloquent and diplomatic Mr. President ranges from being completely silent and uncooperative to calling this guy the N-word. Does it get any better than that? During his time as a homeless raving madman, Daniel used his case manager at the time, Andrew, as the scapegoat for all of his problems. This included pretending to have entered a coma in order to get sympathy from people online over his disagreements with Andrew, accusing him of stealing over $3,000 from Daniel's teeming music career and threatening to initiate a lawsuit against him and other managers, just to name a few. Meanwhile, Daniel speaks at a Roe v. Wade reversal protest because they made the terrible mistake of making it an open mic. Over the few minutes his speech lasted, he commented on the times he got naked online and his obsession with Grace Vanderwall. Having realized their major screw-up, an organizer stepped in and stopped Daniel from going into details about his career as a professional adult film actor. This speech, though brief, resulted in some pretty golden quotes, such as, "Because of my autism, my grandmother passed away of cancer." If you are wondering where Daniel stands on the issue of abortion, which you should be considering he is the President of the United States as we speak, his honest opinion is, thank you for your support. Around the same time, Daniel did a video and a live stream with TikToker and YouTuber Brinks, which brought a significant amount of attention to Daniel's story. Despite Brinks' best efforts, in one of the live streams, the Danderson we all know, and not exactly love, leaks through as it appears Daniel asks for a one-night stand with a young woman of indeterminate age. Believe it or not, the story pretty much only worsens from here on out. In June, Daniel announces that Bob, who was secretly financing Daniel's entire operation, housing, and music career up until this point, would no longer be able to afford it.
No,
the next
Bob.
few days become very chaotic and effectively untraceable, as most of Daniel's next moves would take place in Discord servers and a new TikTok account which is now deleted. One concrete thing that did come out of this brief time was Daniel's second, and last to this date, studio-recorded song called Something More, which he asked Papa Gut, who had been keeping up and commenting on Daniel's career so far, to review, though the TikTok in which he did this is unfortunately gone. With his housing still up in the air, Daniel announces that his court cases have been merged into one, and that he has to be psychologically evaluated in order for him to avoid a prison sentence of any kind. He follows this up with more information. His case manager, Andrew, was fired, and that Daniel would be returning to his previous case manager, Reva, who, according to him, was even worse. In two deleted TikToks on the 13th of July, he bowls and plays mini-golf with Brink, and announces he will move from Denver to New York in a few months. About 1 week later, a new video surfaces of Daniel sticking a toothbrush in his anus and brushing his teeth with it. Then, he goes to Hooters with Brink and breaks a pair of headphones that he bought with $400, acquired through Twitch donations. In another upload, which is still up on TikTok as of the writing of this video, though probably not for very long if we've learned anything about Daniel, he once again claims he is homeless, and this time, in an even worse way, as his phone is broken and he can't text or call anyone. It's unknown how this video was even uploaded. He somehow got access to the internet again, and posts to TikTok saying he's been diagnosed with trench foot. Ah, yes, trench foot. The condition soldiers from the First World War got from spending months walking around in subterranean mud. Daniel has that. A while passes, and Daniel is seen live streaming while gambling at a casino. There is absolutely no rhyme or reason for this man being let into a casino. How does he even have money to gamble? He's literally homeless. It seems as if things were coming to a head, and they were getting really intense and dangerous for Daniel. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, even the best of stories have to come to an end. On December 10th, 2022, Daniel went live on TikTok while he spoke to Bob Proctor in his car, and they were definitely having an altercation of some sort, though what it was over is hard to understand clearly, as Daniel is screaming that the motel was trying to kill him. In the clips we have of it, Daniel is hitting himself as he is known to do, while accusing Bob of hitting him and breaking his arm as Bob begged him to leave his car. However, after the end of the live stream, Daniel then hits Bob, who proceeds to call the police on him. People on his subreddits, even his diehard fans, were finding it very hard to sympathize with him after this, as Bob was one of the few people who had never done Daniel wrong.
Yeah.
And here we clearly saw Daniel gaslighting and terrorizing this innocent old man. Immediately following the incident, Bob buys Daniel a ticket to California, presumably due to the 5150 laws in the state. During his time in California, he is cited at a strip club. Ox, the person who is managing Daniel's online presence, decides Daniel is unhelpable and does his best to prevent Daniel from posting to any kind of social media. Though there are still new happenings in the Larson-verse pretty much on the daily, people have largely given up on the notion that something will redeem him. It certainly does not help him that, to this day, there are new examples coming out of Daniel doing things that range from creepy.
What is he doing, bro? This is crazy. Now we know who he is. Now we understand.
And bipolar into exposing himself online by people pretending to represent record labels. Oh, and he's also sent inappropriate messages. Realization that the hard edges of criminal grievous that even OX, one of the few people going out of their way to manage and keep tabs on Daniel, gave up on him for the time, deciding he was unworthy of help and simply shouldn't have any kind of access to social media. Considering the benevolence of a few people managing his online presence was the only thing keeping the followers of the story up to date on his whereabouts, after the management gave up on him, his future grew increasingly uncertain. All we know was that Daniel was roaming the streets of California and had developed a condition called trench foot, which I thought was an esoteric disease from World War I, but apparently many homeless people end up getting it from walking around in soggy shoes for way too long. Either way, his living situation was not good, and it wasn't about to improve. Almost 2 years prior, a man named Joshua Block, known online as World of T-Shirts, who I covered in a previous video, announced he was very fond of Daniel's art and decided to work with him.
I'm signing with Daniel Larson Records. We're partnering up to make a new song. Stay tuned for further updates.
For context, Josh is in a similar position, only a lot better since he lacks the trademark belligerence that got Daniel into the position he's in. Around 2020, Josh became quite famous on TikTok for his likable, if a little strange, personality. And to this day, he regularly pulls in hundreds of thousands of views and videos of him doing mundane things. Daniel was initially very psyched about this cosign, even shouting Joshua out in his own unique way.
This message is to World of T-Shirts in New York.
Since Josh had a significantly larger online presence, it meant Daniel was on the brink of fulfilling his fantasies of being famous. However, just a little while later, Josh recanted his offer to do business with Daniel after finding out about his extensive history with minors.
So I canceled the record deal with Daniel Larson Records. I didn't sign anything I was gonna sign, but then I found out about his past, and I had to cancel on him. If you encounter him, or he tries to offer you a record deal or anything, avoid him at all costs. We gotta cancel him.
This deeply angered Daniel, who went on to sporadically rant and rave about Josh over the course of the next year and a half. Mostly, the beef between them was dormant and one-sided, as Joshua's only mention of it for a while was in one video on a secondary account in which he says he's not associated with or endorsed by Daniel. This changed in November 2022, when Josh posted a video to his main account challenging Daniel to a boxing match in Times Square while displaying some unusually zesty shadow boxing. The video quickly got a lot of traction and now sits at over 1 million views and over 100,000 likes. This set Dan on edge again, and he began making threats against him.
To Joshua, World of T-Shirts, I still am waiting for the boxing match. We'll have that in 2023.
Additionally, he promised to make Joshua bankrupt while singing Empire State of Mind again.
What dreams are made of, there's nothing I can't do. I will make Joshua Block go bankrupt. Yes, he will go bankrupt.
While the reasons for their conflict might seem obvious at first glance, they're a bit more complicated than they may appear. There were trolls instigating it by convincing Daniel that Josh was saying things about it, but perhaps more importantly, there was a specific person working behind the scenes to pit them against each other. Michael Quinn, the manager of Joshua Block. While his original TikTok account has been terminated and the archives of his content are mostly dated after the original interactions between Josh and Daniel, we know that Michael Quinn is hated by Josh's community and seen as the de facto main antagonist, blatantly manipulating and directly feeding Joshua things to say, often pushing him to aggressively engage with random people online in order to get more attention to the content.
I'm the only one who takes care of Josh. No one else does. The only one who cares for Josh is me, Michael Quinn. No one else. No one else. Tell him.
No one else. Michael Quinn is my mentor.
Whenever he's seen, he's bragging about being a multi-millionaire and the only person who cares for Josh, both of which are highly dubious claims at best. His claims of being wealthy do hold some weight though, considering he's the founder and owner of Feltman's Hot Dogs, which at least used to be a pretty successful company considering he got a segment during an NBC regional news show. However, not only is there another person who also owns Feltman's, meaning they probably split the revenue, but it's also very unlikely the company is making that much considering how competitive the fast food market is in New York. It's worth noting that when Michael says he's a multi-millionaire, he doesn't mean 2 or 3, but specifically $200 million, which is pretty crazy. And if he is that wealthy, why is he spending time with Joshua Block all day? While it's unsure how much money he's actually made, it's very hard to imagine there's any motive behind his involvement with Josh, besides it being a profitable grift. I wasn't able to find properly archived versions of these particular videos, but according to the Know Your Meme article that documented this particular spat, the same day Josh challenged Daniel to a boxing match, Quinn posted on his TikTok account addressing Daniel directly and threatening him. After this interaction, Michael went on to make a plethora of other videos and TikToks provoking him, which heavily suggested that Joshua's attacks on Daniel were his idea in the first place. This may seem gratuitous at first, until you find out what happened next. Unlike a lot of instances of Daniel making threats of violence online and in real life, and no one doing anything about it, on January 1st, 2023, he was actually served with court papers. Joshua was suing Daniel for $550,000 for harassment and threats of violence, which are deemed credible threats due to Daniel's extensive criminal record and history of violence. Although I should say, I kind of misspoke when I said Daniel was served with court papers because he had no address to get the letter of intent, and thus it took him a couple of days to even find out he was being sued. In all likelihood, once Michael figured out that the boxing match had no chance of happening, he settled for the next best way to capitalize on this back and forth, which was to sue Daniel, knowing he had a rap sheet, no real recourse, and would ultimately end up relying on the legal aid of a public defender. That is, if he even agreed to one and didn't try to be his own lawyer, which is something Daniel eventually did, but we'll get to that later. It's entirely possible that this was the plan to begin with. Michael, knowing Daniel was incapable of holding his tongue or controlling his violent urges, baited him with the unwitting help of trolls into saying something he could start a lawsuit over. Daniel pays it no mind though, which is understandable given his circumstances demanded a lot more immediate attention than the self-evidently absurd notion of paying over $500,000 to Josh. On the 4th of January, he autographed a picture of himself for a fan of his named Mark.
His signature, I asked him to sign it to Mark, and technically he did that. I ain't even mad.
During the same day as he was live streaming, he made the mistake of showing the restaurant he was entering before closing the stream. The ever-vigilant trolls figured out what the restaurant was and called it up, claiming that Daniel was going to go there nude. The employees actually gave this call some credence, since just by looking at now homeless Daniel Larson, you can see he might be the kind of person that's deranged enough to do such a thing. They decide to play it safe and ask Daniel to leave the restaurant to prevent anything like that from happening. As an employee is trying to persuade him to leave the premises, he begins live streaming again, threatening to call the police and accusing them of defamation. He was probably not going to go nude, but it's a virtual certainty he was planning on dining and dashing from the establishment, so ultimately, it's probably a good thing that the police were contacted. Unexplainably, right before conceding and leaving the restaurant, Daniel turns around and says this.
Just to let you guys know, I'm a lawyer.
But not everything is bad news. On the same day, he hits the milestone of 7,000 monthly listeners on Spotify. He about to make it out the hood with this one. He about to buy a Bugatti. Over the course of the next few days, Daniel begins revealing the consequences of Ox's departure, saying that his TikTok and YouTube accounts are either inaccessible or terminated. It's no biggie though, as he just makes new accounts and continues his constant frantically posting every moment of his life. On the 6th of January, he gets a trespass notice from a security guard in another restaurant, which according to the trolls following his activities was Gladstone's at Malibu, miles above Daniel's pay grade, by the way. He for sure was going to dine and dash this one. After this incident, there's a 10-day long period of peace during which nothing of relevance takes place, with perhaps the exception of him taking part in a Discord voice chat in which he gives his opinion on the age of consent.
Do you think that the age of consent can be 15 with family permission?
Yes.
Whatever you say, Mr. President.
But you know how it is with Daniel. On the 16th, we get screenshots of his conversation with a troll pretending to be Grace. You know, after a while, Christian figured out he couldn't trust anyone online because of how many trolls there were. But Daniel never quite took the hint. In these screenshots, Dan says, Grace, I need to be honest and tell you something. I want to be serious about this, and I need to explain. I need help, and I don't know what to do. I'm being honest. I was abused at a young age. The troll in question didn't empathize with his appeal to childhood trauma, as the context of the conversation was his altercation with Bob, in which Daniel hit him and then hit himself to pretend Bob was attacking him. Over the next few days, the trolls bring up Danderson's attempt at sexting the singer Darcy Lynn when she was underage. He first tries to defend himself from the accusations of beating Bob, trying to say that they both messed up and that he takes accountability, though it's unlikely he even understands what that word means. The cherry on top of this particular exchange is when Daniel says, the trolls tried to make me sexually attracted to you as a child. The Grace troll is attentive enough to point out that Daniel keeps referring to the evidence of him being a creep as mere accusations, but it doesn't faze Daniel, who just continues his rambling, saying, it hurts my soul and heart. I would admit that I am a pet to fix everything and get us heard, but it might risk everything I care about. I want you, Grace. I can't lose that. The impersonator ran all of my social media accounts, so if I didn't listen to them, they would put my entire career at risk. Given his trenchfoot situation, I'm sure his soul is in a lot of pain. That response, however, is par for the course Larsonian schizo-babble, but the troll picked up on his offering to confess to his crimes in exchange for being in a relationship with Grace and asking to put his money where his mouth was, and so he did. I need to come clean. I need to tell the fans. Grace, I admit, I am a PDF file. If this wasn't sufficient, he followed these messages to who he thought was Grace with a special dedicated video.
Bob, it's time for me to come clean. I admit that I am a female. I admit that, yes, I hit Bob. The reason being, growing up, I didn't have anybody that really cared for me. I didn't have anybody that supported me. And, I got badly trolled, and it turned me into what I turned out to be, and I'm trying to change. I need help.
In his eyes, he hit Bob because no one cared about him in his childhood, and he became a P-word because he was badly trolled. This is a good time to remind you that his Pinterest boards full of pictures of little girls were created long before any troll knew of Daniel's existence. On the same day, he supposedly uploaded a fake movie trailer to his channel as he was under the impression he'd been speaking to Netflix executives on Discord, but of course, they were just trolls. I guess this false hope of working with Netflix being crushed really got to him, as on the morning of the 17th, his TikTok account was flooded with videos of him crying over the course of roughly 2 hours. Calling what he's doing in these videos crying is pretty generous, considering he's less crying and more making crying faces and borderline yawning for most of them. It's very interesting to see Daniel doing his best to put on the melancholy act with the sad songs playing in the background and all of that. There are 2 unexplainable videos among these, one in which he brags about being famous, followed immediately by him in the darkness listening to Corpse Husband, of all things. Immediately after posting them, he gets on a live stream and starts begging for donos, which makes it quite clear what the point of the video was. In the archived bits of this stream, he sulks about being $90 in debt after an overdraft fee, but you can literally hear him standing in line at Disneyland. Once he gets inside, the sad act completely vanishes, and I guess the excitement gets the best of him as he starts explicitly saying he wants money to get on the Tom Sawyer ride. Apparently, 2 Larson followers were responsible for getting him into Disneyland and are heard accompanying him during the stream while he's talking about investing $1 into Disney stock and holding it for a year before he sells his share. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure a share of Disney costs more than $1. His visit to Disneyland goes by without any incident, and thank God for that. But just a day later, we're going to the usually scheduled programming, as Daniel has officially contracted scabies. In 3 posts to his YouTube community, he says, I'm going to the hospital. I got an STI somehow. My rash has gotten bigger. On the same day, he posts a video explaining what the doctors diagnosed him with, and in case you don't know what scabies is, I guess I should put a trigger warning here because I bet some people are phobic of this one. Basically, it's a condition that happens when you have bugs literally burrowed into your skin, causing itchy rashes all over your body. A day later, he goes to the Cheesecake Factory and posts a nice selfie with the meal he's about to consume. Of course, like with pretty much all of his meals, he didn't have any money, so as soon as the check came, he began begging on his TikTok for someone to pay for it.
Alright, so I'm going to need about $80 before midnight to be able to get the dinner paid for, and then for me to get to the train back to downtown Los Angeles. Alright, this Emergency, the trolls have found my location and they're calling the restaurant, so the restaurant won't let me leave now.
This time,
Damn.
I think nobody called the restaurant. Daniel just got in trouble for not paying and was trying to evade blame. Soon after, he begins hounding his followers to get him $100 within 2 minutes, or he'll be getting charges pressed against him, saying the police have already arrived. He makes more posts to his community page showing the QR code for his bill, expecting someone will pay it for him. But after failing to pay, he finally gets arrested for dining and dashing after having done so multiple times with no consequences. For a second, it looked as if the Larsonian plot armor was losing its power. However, he gets released immediately after it, probably when the cops realize the extent of Daniel's issues. Even after being arrested, Daniel refuses to play it safe, as the very next day he drops these bangers.
Sandy Hook was false, and Alex Jones was a good man.
Sandy Hook is a hoax, and the kids are in hell.
Concurrently, he relays to his audience that he's been banned from yet another restaurant, this time before he even got to order and eat anything. This is most likely due to all the restaurants in the area getting tipped by police that Daniel is a serial dine and dasher who should be turned away upon arrival. But Daniel tries to paint himself as the victim, complaining that they didn't believe him that he couldn't charge his phone anymore. Strangely enough, in every other video he posted about this, it seems he accidentally used a TikTok audio from a girl talking about reading comments and gave himself long eyelashes with a filter. Looks good on him, to be honest. I think it's a very suitable look. In the videos he made after his arrest, he doesn't mention dining and dashing at all, saying instead that the restaurant got slammed and that 2 of his fans are responsible for causing issues. He also reveals the meal did eventually get paid for by another one of his fans, who happened to be a lawyer, according to him.
Damn.
Regardless, the charge he got, defrauding an innkeeper, would cost him $950 in fines. He alleges that the innkeeper was a hater and was mad that the restaurant was getting too many calls. It's very funny how good Daniel is at emulating how celebrities speak, yet he's completely unable to even acknowledge the fact that the primary reason he got in trouble was for not paying for his food, not because the innkeeper was a hater. Daniel also got upset that the people at the restaurant and the cops were going through his social media, saying it was unprofessional of them. In his community posts, which are hard to come by since the YouTube account they were on is now gone, he reveals he's been kicked out of a Target and explains he's trying to get in contact with the company responsible for his housing, saying he'll soon be moving into a new place. The rest of January is void of any significant happenings. The calm before the storm, if you will, or, considering that we're talking about Daniel, the roaring thunder.
Saying that
February
again,
begins
bro?
with him confessing that the Pinterest the trolls found that had hundreds of pictures of little kids in folders was indeed his. However, as much as it's a confession, it's not quite an admission of guilt, as you can see.
Yes, the Pinterest was mine. And yes, I actually followed all of those pictures and stuff of, like, children. I did that at the time because I needed to get everything heard with the abuse that was going on in the disability system. Like, I was actually being, like, hit by the providers, and I did need to make that public. I knew it wasn't going to go viral. I knew I couldn't get help. So I had to do something to be able to save myself, and I didn't know how. So I made the Pinterest.
So he made a Pinterest account with that stuff in it and advertised it to absolutely no one so that he could get attention to his supposedly being abused at whatever care center he was at the time. Sounds believable. A general rule for Daniel Larson's online activity is that whenever he starts preemptively making defensive statements about something he's been accused of, most likely it's because he knows he's about to get exposed for it. Case in point, within 24 hours, he made a post to his YouTube community claiming that he'd found another Grace Vanderwall impersonator, showing his conversation with this troll on Discord. However, he only shows the last few messages. Soon after this, the rest of his exchanges get revealed to the public.
Yeah, it works on computer.
The prints begin with Daniel saying Grace looks like
but not on my phone.
Milk. And after specifically choosing an underage picture of her to send, Daniel says he has a liking to, let's keep calling it milk for monetization purposes, and
Jesus
piss.
Christ.
Then asks if she feels like her groin is getting pulled out, punctuating these messages with, like a cow, moo. He also often pontificated about how certain things would smell, and I'm struggling to believe this is a real person at this point. It seems like he believes stimulating the bladder plays some role in the reproductive act and keeps using the word ache to describe what the person in question would feel during it. As much as it's disturbing, it's also just confusing. After all this back and forth, Daniel says he feels like his relationship with Grace is like Romeo and Juliet. If this were the case, instead of it ending with the couple drinking poison, it'd be everyone else doing it, so they wouldn't have to witness Daniel's stuff anymore. The 4th of February is a very busy day for Daniel. For whatever reason, he decides to put all of his belongings into a bag and start a stream, threatening to throw the bag off of a cliff. Except when he does throw it, it audibly immediately hits the ground. Upon geolocating where he was during the recording, it's obviously not a cliff, meaning he immediately retrieved the bag as soon as the stream ended. Just 2 days later, the bag comes back into play as Daniel addresses the images that had been circling his name, where social media accounts representing entities like the LAPD were claiming Daniel's bag contained an IED and an unspecified firearm. How and why exactly these came about is mostly unknown, but based on what we can see in Daniel's video addressing it, someone did convince the police to pay a visit to him while he was at a restaurant. He describes it as a raid involving multiple cop cars, but knowing Daniel, that's probably an exaggeration. The next meaningful activity happens on the 10th when he went live with his new management, meeting a new group of trolls who works their way into his circle of trust. First, they seem to be your regular run-of-the-mill guys, getting Daniel to say goofy things, such as what he would do at a BLM rally.
What would you do at a Black Lives Matter rally, Daniel?
I mean, run for my life.
However, his streaming with the trolls was a great mistake, as it allowed the people watching the stream to figure out that for the past few days, he'd been sleeping in the Planet Fitness bathroom. Without skipping a beat, they figured out which particular Planet Fitness he was squatting at and alerted them to his whereabouts. An altercation between Daniel, an employee, and a client ensued, with Daniel refusing to leave.
I told you to leave the men's restroom.
I literally have to kick you out. You have to go.
Don't even call me that. You called me a f***er, okay? You called me a coward. Well, what's your name?
You don't even know my name. Let's go.
Yes, because I'm gonna file reports for calling me like names and stuff.
While there's more than enough footage showing how irate Daniel becomes when called things such as a coward and yellow belly, video of him conceding and leaving the gym is noticeably absent. Maybe this is because he purposely didn't record himself leaving because he felt it was embarrassing, or maybe he did and we just don't have the footage for whatever reason. Either way, this incident is immediately followed up by this bombastic little statement.
Since I've now been kicked out of 35 different Planet Fitnesses,
Damn.
I am now declaring war. You'll be blown up soon.
Oh shit.
First off, 35 different Planet Fitnesses. I'm assuming he got banned from all of the other 34 for the same reasons, which means not only is he a serial dine and dasher, but also a squatter. Secondly, can you even say things like that, legally speaking? I know that the First Amendment covers a lot of stuff, but threatening to bomb establishments, not so sure about that. It's been said that on the same day he got kicked out of an unspecified shopping center, but I haven't been able to find info on that. Though, if the Planet Fitness he got banned from was in a shopping center, these bans are probably related. On the 13th, he gets on a bus to Las Vegas somehow, which may surprise me, considering he has no money. His managers and sporadic sympathizers must be sending him money through the thousands of Cash App accounts he has. A day later, he finds himself in an almost identical situation as the Planet Fitness incident, but this time it went a little differently. Instead of a friendly neighborhood Planet Fitness, Daniel tried to squat in the bathroom of a casino in Vegas, and the security guards weren't half as patient or willing to argue with a clearly disheveled and homeless Anderson. At around 2 a.m., once he had already been successfully ousted from the place by two gentlemen who reacted to his insanity in the appropriate manner, he did what he does best. Play the victim.
Yeah. I was just trying to use the goddamn bathroom.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Myself.
This is yet another instance of Daniel going on the record, threatening to do something drastic when he doesn't get his way. You gotta wonder how many times he's already pulled this routine on his caretakers and Bob when there was no one watching.
Christ.
Later on, he begins heavily zooming into a small, bloody bruise on his finger to highlight how brutal the security was with him, and if that wasn't enough, he accuses them of sexual harassment.
Security at that hotel right across the street sexually trying to harass me.
This guy.
The person he's talking to while he makes these accusations is a park guard who proceeds to realize that Daniel is some kind of insane bum and tells him the area is closed and that he needs to leave, which Daniel fails to do as he's caught up in this nonsensical ranting and raving. According to the Larsonian lore, either this same day or in a very close window of time, some follower of his paid for a hotel room for him to stay through the night, and Daniel tried to talk a drunk couple into paying for another hotel room after picking up the coins that fell out of the woman's purse, to no avail. Apparently, after his casino incident, Daniel has been banned from all MGM casinos and has his biometric info in their database as per a Reddit user who happened to work graveyard shifts at a casino. Another addition to this never-ending cascade of negative events surrounding Daniel is that apparently his eyesight is decaying and fast. As of now, he has to squint to be able to see clearly. Within a day, he tries his hand at sleeping at yet another casino, but this time he gets caught much quicker and is swiftly dealt with.
Our trespass. You can never come back here again.
For literally just sitting here and watching the game.
For sleeping 3 times, that's why.
I wasn't
Are you
sleeping
gonna leave?
though. I wasn't sleeping
Are you
though.
going to leave or are you going to be arrested?
I will. But
Okay.
I'm just trying to get my message across. I was not sleeping. I was watching the game. Just because I closed my eyes for like a
Okay,
second.
look. No more conversations. Walk out the door.
Yeah, but you guys want us to spread lies about me.
No, we're not spreading anything. We're not going to even have a conversation anymore. All you got to do is leave the building.
Why am I being trespassed?
You already said it 1,000,000 times. Go.
Alright, then I'll leave. You guys are like lying about everything.
After all of this ruckus, Daniel claims he will be doing a 2-hour live stream, which never came to fruition, as for a brief period, Daniel actually went missing in action. People immediately started worrying, fearing he would go the way of Terry Davis while unsupervised by his online troll handlers. It's kind of ironic because, on one hand, the trolls are the cause of all of his misery. They constantly mock him, bait him into saying horrible things, and they love watching the horrible behavior. But at the same time, these are the only people watching over him, keeping track of his location, seeing what he's doing. On the 15th, a post was made to the Las Vegas subreddit showing Daniel as a missing person. Someone replied to the post saying, "I left for work yesterday at about 7 a.m., so there was practically no one on the strip. Saw the ambulance in front of Crack Shack, and they were lifting someone onto a gurney over the small barrier and up into the ambulance. They looked annoyed, and I wondered why they were even taking this person away because he just looked like a standard homeless person to me." You could tell the guy was mouthing off. The hair and face in the post immediately caught my eye. It was the guy being put in the ambulance. Daniel's subreddit erupted in concern, and along with it, there were many claimed sightings, but nothing really concrete. One of the few pieces of footage of someone claiming they saw Daniel in the wild came from a TikTok user named Trudy Parker1, who posted this video and adamantly maintained that the person walking away was Daniel. And yeah, it does really look like him. And to further support this is the fact that he was roaming in the vicinity of a cheesecake factory, one of his natural habitats at this point. However, this sighting happened on the 16th, and for the next 5 days, no one had any news from Daniel. Some began to believe he'd broken his phone, which would be a death sentence, as despite many people occasionally paying for his food and transportation, a phone was a tad more expensive than what his following was comfortable with subsidizing. On the 22nd, Daniel was seen once again, this time completely bald and erratically skulking on the side of the road. According to the person who shared this clip, Daniel had just been kicked out of a bus for refusing to pay the fare, was wearing the same clothes he'd been wearing for the previous 8 days, and apparently still had his phone, but it was either dead or broken. A day went by, and during the afternoon of the 23rd, Daniel resurfaced triumphantly on a new TikTok account. Daniel Larson LV for Las Vegas. In his comeback video, he says 2 fans of his approached him while he was at a casino and got him some food. Once they had his trust and his defenses were down, one of them took a swing at Daniel from behind, knocked him down, and stole his phone, allegedly fracturing his skull so bad it would take up to half a year to heal. While it's assumed that he's lying about parts of this story, such as fans of his being responsible for it, it also seems like he's not entirely lying. Some people on Reddit had said they saw him getting into an ambulance, which would fit his story of having gone to the hospital to get his skull checked. In his downtime, probably due to the hospital noticing Daniel was mentally challenged and homeless, Daniel secured almost $400 in monthly food stamps and housing from a company called Sober Homes. As soon as Daniel's eyes once again met with the hypnotic blue light of a smartphone screen, the veil of delusion swept him up from his grimy reality and back into his fantasies. Suddenly, his story about being robbed turned into being attacked by Grace Vanderwall's ex-boyfriend, who was mad at him for having stolen her heart. The next few days were peaceful, with a few videos that were uploaded being mundane things, such as him waiting for a tram and attending a free concert. However, on the 27th, he once again became homeless because apparently Sober Homes, or Sober Homies as Daniel prefers to say, was expecting him to pay rent, which is obviously very unfair.
Okay, yeah, I have terrible news. So, Sober Homies did kick me out of their service. I did not have enough money to pay for the rent.
His TikTok account from this period is now gone, and consequently, the videos aren't exactly easy to find. What has been documented in text form is that during his Sober Homies exile, Daniel posted about 50 videos spanning multiple topics. In these, he claimed he was now trying to contact housing companies in California and Colorado, and that, unfortunately, this would prevent him from having a girlfriend or a job. Not that he could get either in the first place, as he immediately follows this up by saying that the places he applies to for a job are blackmailing him, which I take he actually meant as blackballing, and they won't hire him due to his reputation. He also explains that he made $30,000 off of donations in the past year, which would get him in trouble with the disability services, but he doesn't care too much about that. Not only did he expect to continue being homeless for the months to come, but he also said that believing that he isn't disabled has actually improved him mentally. In his adult state, Daniel randomly pivots to Bob and starts lying about being on a phone call with him, claiming that Bob apologized and told Daniel that the state needs to get him housing or he'll buy a gun. It's always when there's an inkling of pity for Daniel that he says things like that. I'm willing to bet that the only reason he hasn't assaulted more people is because on some level, he knows he wouldn't get away with it. After all, he felt comfortable attacking Bob, a senior citizen. If Daniel ever got his hands on a gun, God forbid, there's a very decent chance he'll end up taking someone's life. After posting a video indicating he's once again being tricked into thinking he's talking to Grace, he eats a meal at Dave & Buster's, which he obviously can't pay for, and so we dine in
Not
dishes,
again,
which
man.
gets him kicked out from not only the restaurant, but also the entire mall. In the videos following, it becomes clearer why he started talking about Bob again. The trolls are simultaneously pretending to be Bob and Grace.
This is crazy. Why am I getting a message that Grace Vanderwall is in downtown Las Vegas right now trying to find me? Bob literally just ignored me when I called him and said, ask Grace for security. Grace Vanderwall, I need your help. Message me immediately.
This is crazy.
I'm in danger.
Once again, he began asking people online to pay for his meal, but I guess he felt embarrassed about it, so he lied about having $200 in his Cash App, and the only reason he couldn't pay for his meal was that his debit card randomly got locked. He didn't keep this particular charade going for very long, as shortly after, he admits to only having $10 in his bank, and asks for $30 so the restaurant doesn't call the cops on him. In the last post in this series, he's frantically saying he needs Grace's help and is in danger, and we can see the reason for his desperation. The fog is back, and has slowly begun to consume his frontal camera again. On the 28th, he gets in trouble in yet another establishment, but this time in an even funnier way. It seems that he'd been sleeping in the bathroom of a bar for an unspecified amount of time, and he didn't get thrown out, but instead got the equivalent of a soft block. In the video he posted about it, he was complaining that upon leaving his improvised crypt in the bar's bathroom, he was ordering things, and the employees were leading him on as if his orders were being prepared, while they evidently weren't. Daniel, of course, was fuming about this, not only because he didn't get to eat for free, but they also refused to aggressively throw him out, which would then give him the opportunity to play the victim again. They simply called the cops on him, and when they asked them why, they said they didn't know. A genius move on their part. He also seems to be developing some kind of paranoid disorder, as he seems to believe 2 of the employees have been following him around, but it's not really certain what he meant by that. Archives of this day become even more scant, not only because the account was deleted, but during that time he temporarily had his account privated due to his new phone number leaking, which limited the number of people getting to see what he uploaded. According to vigilant Larsonians, he showed his bank balance at negative $200, meaning he had pretty aggressively overdrafted. After denying claims that he'd gotten some TikTok celebrity pregnant, he went live, which we do have footage of. It appears that Daniel was under the impression that Grace and her team would join the stream due to the messages he received, but of course they didn't, and just like that, February ended. On the 1st of March, his TikTok account goes back to being public and is promptly flooded with videos of the nasty scabs all over his body from the scabies. Considering he frequently invades and squats at Planet Fitness, where I know for a fact there has to be like one shower in many of them, if not most of them, why doesn't he just use them and take care of it? After his last doctor visit over his scabies, he was told by the doctor specifically to get new clothes, and though he asked for and got donations to buy new clothes, he kept wearing the same old clothing as always. Another notable thing about the scab videos is that they're recorded in yet another casino, meaning he's not playing it very safe. Next up is a series of rabid TikTok posts in which he talks about Bob again. Initially, he starts railing against Bob for supposedly not helping him with something that Daniel needed in order to secure housing.
This message is for Bob, not contacting the diversion program when they wanted him to be able to help with the housing and court stuff.
It gets pretty confusing to understand what's going on, but from my understanding, it seems that Daniel fell for yet another impersonator and has been talking to them instead of the real Bob. He begins threatening he'll destroy Bob's reputation somehow, and also mentions Bob hasn't helped his career, but makes a caveat that Bob still occasionally helps with other things. In this case, I think Daniel is referring to the real Bob, who still supported Daniel financially in some areas. It's interesting to see that, despite that, he still finds a way to complain about it and claim that Bob only helping him in some areas, but not with his career, just makes it worse. The next thing that happened will actually shock you.
This is an emergency, but I've lost contact with Bob, and Bob will not answer any of my phone calls. Okay, there's an emergency. Bob just fully blocked my number.
Well,
Damn.
there's a chance that he's just trying to call the
Bro got
impersonator.
Bob.
There's also a good chance that he said all of these things about Bob, who became rightfully upset and decided to block him. There's a brief unarchived portion where Daniel's paranoia resurfaces as during another bout of dining and dashing, Daniel begins saying that the people sitting in a booth across from him in the restaurant have been talking about him non-stop for an hour. Things get more cryptic and possibly even dangerous when Daniel talks about a pink Easter egg he's hiding at the restaurant. Soon after, we started getting clarifications from Daniel about his mysterious statements, as it seems he was planning to buy fireworks and ignite them inside of a casino.
Oh no.
Okay, folks.
Don't
Get
do
ready.
it. Don't do it.
Biggest incident of all of Daniel Larson history so far.
Oh man.
Let's do this. First of all, dynamite is not the same thing as a bomb threat. Okay, I'm going to go into a casino with a firework.
Oh no.
And then I could see how real firing works.
This is one of the strangest Daniel Larson moments so far, don't get me wrong. He's obviously done worse than threatening to blow up a casino with fireworks. However, most of these worst things are done in the patent Larson way. First, he self-righteously does something he knows he's not supposed to do, and then puts on an act where he's now the victim. This time, and only this time, he went all out and embraced the role of a cartoon villain. He truly never ceases to amaze. Nothing happened, as you can imagine. He didn't get fireworks because he doesn't have money to buy them, besides one unarchived video in which Daniel claims to have flooded the toilets in one of these places. Because of his threats, his account got reported, and he made two new ones, Daniel Larson NYC and Love Daniel Larson Forever. It's kind of funny the way that a lot of these guys will name their accounts almost as if they're fan accounts. The day ends nonchalantly as Daniel plays pool for almost 25 minutes on his YouTube account. The next day wasn't as nice though, as people were mystified by the fact that despite the two new accounts having been freshly created, no videos were going up. Eventually, a post went up on his subreddit saying, as of right now, he is in custody of the LVMPD. He was confirmed arrested and trespassed from a casino last night. I verified this information with their security team and the LVMPD. Do not try to call or interact with anyone in regard to this. Let the professionals handle this. A few hours later, a couple of updates were made to the original post, saying he's likely not yet been charged or booked in any detention centers in Clark County. He was likely sent to a medical facility, but will be transferred to a jail afterward. We will likely know tomorrow. Daniel is not criminally charged and is being treated as a mental health patient, at least a 72-hour hold. For the next 12 days, Daniel is radio silent, as he'd been sent to a psych ward in which he had no access to his phone. Despite his lack of activity, the subreddit remained as active as ever, especially when YouTuber Kusari dropped a 2.5-hour documentary about him. Ox also resurfaced and spoke out to correct a few details on Daniel's lore. Within a day of the documentary being published, Daniel returned to his Daniel Larson NYC account and explained what had been going on behind the scenes.
Hello, everyone. I am okay. I was in another attack. Because of the attack that happened 2 weeks ago, I am now lifetime banned from the Stratosphere Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas due to the attack. I got out today
hell did he
after
do?
2.5 weeks from the mental health hospital in Las Vegas.
But no Larsonian activity is complete without a hefty side order of psychotic delusion.
When I was in the mental health hospital, they did the mathematics with my popularity and how much I should be making, and the psychiatric doctors in 2023 said that I should be making at least $5,000 a month.
On the 16th, he pulls a Peter Griffin and spends an inordinate amount of time reeling in after walking into something and hurting his leg.
Oh my god, I'm feeling popping in my leg.
Turns out this took place in the Tropicana Hotel, from which Daniel was kicked out as soon as an employee noticed he was charging his phone, despite not being a guest there. Just let a brother charge his phone, okay?
Yeah,
He's
man.
TikTok famous. Though we no longer can see the particular post I'm about to refer to, Daniel has become known for using a fake banking app to try and pull on people's heartstrings and beg for donations, an example of which was archived and shared a few months later. As you can see, there's an edit button right next to the checking account, and he has ludicrous things on the expenditures, such as a whopping $8.50 spent on energy and security. I'm bringing this up because after leaving the psych ward, Daniel was angling to scrounge up some money to leave Las Vegas. So he posted a screenshot of that fake banking app saying he was $755,597.58 in debt. I guess he took out a couple of mortgages while in the ward. On the 17th, he did a live stream, which we unfortunately don't have archived, in which he reads threats he received in the chat and begins sprinting while looking over his shoulder and licking up his runny nostrils. Must have been a sight to see. NYC. He blamed Michael Quinn for the attack and claimed he was now on an iPod Touch, announcing the next place he'd be traveling to is Phoenix, Arizona. In a community post, he specifies he'll only be there for a few hours, as his final aim is New Orleans, presumably to try and make it as a rapper, considering many of his posts during this brief period consist of Daniel freestyling.
Yeah, I'm the monkey, I'm the Sphinx, yeah, it stinks when I'm standing up here next to the Sphinx, but yeah, I am the king, you know my name. Thank you, Ariana Grande, for the $70 donation.
The next bus stop was at Tucson, Arizona, and throughout his community updates, he kept stressing the need for donations because without them, he'd be unable to complete the trip. It seems this was yet another minor scam for Daniel, as one of the next videos he uploaded to his TikTok was him eating some cookie dough, which he had apparently bought with the money donated to him. In a serendipitous turn of events, Daniel ran into a few followers of his while in Tucson. Besides someone who called the cops on him, prompting Daniel to declare full lockdown, the fans treated him well, took a selfie with him, which I was unable to find, and paid for dinner, as seen in a video he posted to his YouTube channel. Though in it, he claimed he treated himself to it after getting back his distribution. In a video, Daniel reveals that he was supposed to get on a bus that took him to Roswell, but ended up in El Paso by accident. Once he was there, he got the police called on him while he was in a restaurant. He spends basically the rest of the month traveling around Texas and trying to get back on track on his way to NYC. Supposedly, if there's any truth to his TikTok handle. On the 24th, he decides to start modeling and informs his audience of his financial situation.
I need to make $1,000 because I am behind $1,000 this month.
Later on, he starts getting paranoid again, saying there's been a white pickup following him the entire day.
My location is fully doxxed. My fans are doxing my location. I'm going to need donations for me to get an Uber out of the area. There's been a person in a white pickup truck following me around all day long.
Daniel's under the impression that this is a hitman out for his life. During this ordeal, he keeps talking about whether getting donations or convincing people in real life, such as Whataburger employees, to let him call for an emergency Uber. It's difficult to say to what degree Daniel was actually terrified for his life and how much of his panic was played up so he could get a means of transportation out of that place. But I think it's probably safe to say that the trolls definitely weren't helping his perceptions and paranoia during this time. Indeed, someone was following Daniel, but it seemed to be a follower of his. After he extensively LARPed about the Greyhound he was on being his private tour bus, someone calls Daniel up and has a nice chat with him.
Yeah. Why was that?
Because you have skinny knees and because you're and you like children.
That is not true. Okay, so I had my all my social media accounts stolen from me, and I had to take it to court, and I won that case.
On the 29th, he gives a shout out to a very dear close friend of his.
A shout out to Jeffrey Epstein.
At the tail end of March, he uploaded this.
My fans need to stop trying to frame me. It's not okay.
According to his next upload, people called up local law enforcement and made a variety of threats, and because of this, Daniel had to be detained. In a comment, he revealed that the phone calls and threats also affected his dining experience, as he was supposedly followed into a restaurant. Well, it's very confusing to try and clear up what was actually happening, since Daniel is a very unreliable narrator, and most of his videos aren't up anymore. It looks to be the usual, Danderson gets kicked out for being unable to pay, or for being infested with scabies. Something we've all gone through, frankly. According to the date shown in the video itself, this took place on March 30th, while Daniel was in Houston.
Serious question that I do need to ask, okay?
Go ahead.
So, recently I gained a bunch of popularity over social media.
We don't have time for that.
Okay, but
can you leave?
Somebody has been doxing my okay. Put into the police department that you guys are not cooperating. Call f***ing dispatch. Call f***ing dispatch.
We have to come back to criminal shirts now.
Okay, you're putting me in physical danger. I told you that I was getting doxxed!
Around the same time period, he got banned from the Greyhound. He also keeps accusing his followers of doxing his location when he is the one self-doxing repeatedly.
Okay, so the fans fully breached my location, and the manager is kicking me out due to fans showing up and calling. So I have to leave.
Him being banned from the bus may or may not be due to this conspiracy from the posters.
It's about a
TikToker. Call the
TikToker.
bus company and pretend to be passengers annoyed by his
A
antics.
guy that's
Before
homeless.
the month ended, he looked to be running around
and
in the
does
park, having his
TikToks.
paranoid delusions triggered by threatening text messages he'd been getting on his phone.
He
live streams on
going
TikTok.
Okay, I'm getting actual threats. I'm after you. Here I come. I'm going to tackle you. And I see absolutely no one around me. I am getting like tickle monster, weird, really, really weird messages. Something about like a tickle monster and all of this weird I'm going to you? Wow.
Oh, he running. Oh, he running.
Excuse me. I am getting death threats from a guy that is following me around.
You're going to become like him.
Can I, okay.
He's running.
On the 1st of April, he sets up a Discord to talk to his fans, and the conversation organically turned into a Q&A. While his account doesn't last long before being hacked or taken over by the people
This is
managing
a
him
glimpse
at the time,
into
he
my
released some
future.
very important information to them, such as the fact that he's planning to get a sandwich after receiving $48 in donations. More importantly, the fans discover that since Daniel can no longer get on buses, his management got him a plane ticket to the East Coast. On the 3rd of April, he boards the flight with no issues, which is surprising considering his proclivities to talk about blowing places up. He was even nice enough to provide some selfies for his management on Discord. It seems that making threats and being generally belligerent is like Daniel's Tourette's tick. And because he was aware enough to know he was under the scrutiny of airport security, who would absolutely not put up with it, he held it in. The thing about holding it in, though, is that you eventually have to let it all out, which he did immediately upon landing.
Okay, stop leaking my number. I don't give a what my fans think. Stop leaking my number. This is not funny. I am pressing charges. I will destroy my entire career and end up behind bars for life today if you guys do not stop leaking my phone number. These fucking trolls leaking my number, calling me, bothering me on arguments over phone calls is driving me insane. They need to fucking stop before somebody gets killed.
This may seem like a typical episode from Mr. President, but things escalate quickly.
Somebody at the airport tried to get me to get in their car. I refused, and I punched the guy in the nose.
He looks like Sid from Ice Age.
Unfortunately for Daniel, he let loose a bit too early, and the employees were being alerted to things he was saying online.
The airport security did see me. This is a problem. They are thinking that I am currently being suspicious.
Damn.
With me being on video and panicking.
They're on to him.
Oh, I know.
For the sake of clarity, this meltdown is taking place on a train to New York, as Daniel's flight took him to Newark, New Jersey, and then a follower of his drove him to Jersey City so he could take the train, though he occasionally misspeaks and claims he's in New York already.
Daniel Larson is in New York!
In these circumstances Dan currently finds himself in, you'd think some amount of reality would be able to seep in, or at the very least that he would stop broadcasting his live reaction to being under the suspicion of airport security. But ladies and gentlemen, Daniel Larson is simply built different, and frankly he's built better than the rest of us.
Okay, the fans want me to go to a particular location. They're trying to plan an assassination attempt. I need security. I need help ASAP. This is serious. I'm under attack. Stop. You guys are scaring me. Stop.
The next day would prove equally intense for Daniel. A video clip that seems to have been recorded without his knowledge shows him in what looks like some kind of diner. I presume a couple of his followers approached him and offered to pay for a meal in exchange for having a convo. This was the result.
So I made the Pinterest as a way to go viral at that time.
Of course, it's a smart way, right?
Yeah, and then I told the fans that like...
You know, it was Flexburger, right?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And not Flexburger, but you know what I mean. I threw it off.
There was a bunch of them. There was a lot of them.
And then... But then when it went viral, it did actually get hacked. So that is the truth.
I guess this is as fitting a time as ever to go over Daniel's Quora account, which was unearthed in the same month. Now, I will say that given that these accounts were created after Daniel was already somewhat of a known entity, they could have been done by trolls. In one of these accounts, he repeatedly asks questions like, do you feel like you need to pee when you get eaten out? And what was your first time getting Cummings as a child like? In another account, similar questions are asked, but this time with the names like JoJo Siwa, Darcy Lynn, and Grace Vanderwall attached to them. If you haven't watched the first video, these are girls Daniel has been obsessing over for years, with particular emphasis
this guy's
on
also a
pictures of them, and they
pedophile.
were very much, you know, very young. Again, when making videos on people like these, a lot of things can be in good fun, but there's always a chance that guys like Daniel might, at any moment, actually victimize someone. As far as I'm concerned, this is very good grounds to have him under permanent supervision until, the day he dies, basically. Back to the happenings of April 5th. After his encounter with the fan who asked him about the Pinterest account, a user on TikTok with the name ZockMonkey posted a video where Daniel can be seen behaving erratically in a bodega.
The hell is he doing?
Daniel.
I've asked you to leave. We're on the phone with the police.
Daniel. Come on, Daniel. You know me.
No, I don't.
You do.
No, I don't. I'm on the phone with my security.
You're smoking crack or tweak?
No, I'm not.
While this IRL encounter was happening, Daniel was on a call with some people he considered his managers, and we have a recording of that call.
I've already punched the security guard.
Damn.
You already punched him?
Yeah, I did. Because he put hands on me. And I told him that I'm a celebrity and you're clearly putting me in danger by doing this. You guys should, at least understand that, I don't know these people. I'm trying to call the police, and you guys are not listening.
If Daniel is to be believed here, he'd already assaulted a security guard for trying to make him leave the bodega. However, things escalate quite quickly, due not only to Daniel's inability to respect the authority of the employee telling him to leave, and to the people on the Discord call with him egging him on to act out.
Yes, the police are on their way.
That's creepy.
I'm not going to do that. Because the police told me to wait here. I have you on film. I have you on film.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
I have you on film. I have you on film. No! No! Because you hit me! You hit me in there!
I'm gonna get arrested.
There's a brief moment after this where Daniel goes silent, presumably because he accidentally turned his phone off or something. Soon after, he informs the other people on the call of what happened.
I'm injured. The guy, he tackled me to the ground. I had to hit him first.
Turning dark.
In the immediate aftermath of this scuffle, Daniel sends this voicemail to someone, calling them a racial slur.
I'm not desperate. You guys should take that seriously.
Wait, he's cool now. For whatever reason, he was under the impression the bodega was a block away from Grace's house.
Slowly
the
turning dark.
resumes once he's in the hospital.
This is what I look like after I got assaulted.
Yeah.
By two fans. And
damn, bro.
While he says the attack came from his fans, according to Zock, he'd already left the bodega a few minutes prior due to being yelled at by the same employee who ended up tackling Daniel. On April 6th, as Daniel reeled in from the fight, one of the Grace impersonators in contact with him told him that she was in Kansas, prompting Daniel to
wait until summer.
leaving New York just a few days after getting there. However, fate would simply not have it. Everyone following Daniel knew of his history with Josh,
until
who
summer.
was notorious for being from New York. So it was really a match made in heaven. I mean, the two were supposed to meet. It was fate. The flames between them were fanned by the followers once again, and eventually this culminated in Josh officially re-entering the Larson-verse to celebrate Daniel's defeat and claim New York City supremacy.
I made it in New York. I can make it anywhere. Unlike Daniel, he made it 10 hours and then he got punched in the nose here.
Damn.
He's not a New Yorker. I'm a New Yorker. I'm the captain of the ship. I run New York.
Because of the provocations, Daniel became very aggravated and responded to them at length.
Shit, here comes the beef.
I haven't been able to find many of these posts since Daniel was banned almost immediately after. The reason for the ban is quite obvious. Dan was constantly threatening their lives and saying he was going to shoot them. In a conversation he had on Discord with someone impersonating Taylor Swift, he straight up declares he was going to kill Michael Quinn. The last post he made to his TikTok before it got banned was this.
If I were World of T-shirts or anybody from past management involved in tonight, I would step down because I have a gun.
Within a day, he makes a new one, which has now also been banned, and starts posting on it. Behind the scenes, someone was fueling his hatred towards Michael Quinn and Joshua Block, claiming that one or both of them were Jewish and incentivizing Daniel to express anti-Semitic sentiments on his TikTok. Daniel embraced this and made a modeling TikTok with the audio being from a parody song by Rucka Rucka Ali, where he speaks from the point of view of, I'm gonna call him Zadolf Zindler for this video, but I think you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
On the 8th of April, he apologizes profusely to multiple people.
Are you watching this? Because it's hilarious.
Please stop. Listen, I fucked up, and I'm sorry. This message is for Bob.
I'm learning what not to do.
I'm sorry, Grace, for causing so much stress in your family and cheating on you.
2 days later, we can see not only that the bruise on his nose is in the same shape as Africa, but that Daniel has also been picking at it, which is quite dangerous considering how generally filthy he is and how easy it would be for him to contract a serious infection.
That is not funny, more like insane.
Is being hashed on the subreddit, one where multiple different users make posts claiming to have made fortunes off of selling merchandise based on Daniel's likeness, but without his approval. Others claim they're releasing his music without his consent, all without giving him a penny. As far as trolling schemes go, this one is quite clever, since they know he regularly looks up online activity discussing him. Over the next few days,
did you just say to learn what not to do? Yeah.
Begging for donations and documenting every place he goes. The only notable thing about this is the very noticeable progression of his nose wound, which is getting pretty bad due to him picking at it. According to the information gathered and relayed on the Daniel Larson wiki, over the course of the 11th and 12th of April, Daniel staged yet another invasion, this time the American Dream Mall. As per Daniel's post to his YouTube account, which is now gone, he was escorted out of there by 20 troopers. Guessing from how many other crazy homeless people there must be in New York, people there are familiar enough with his kind to know not to give him the time of day and try to argue him out of his delusions. I'm guessing that's why we see little to no activity from Daniel for the next week and a half. On the 21st, user Real Tina Vanderwall made a definitive post compiling all of the evidence that surfaced so far regarding Daniel Larson being a creep. While we've already
he's been the president, he's been a rapper, he's been a freaking movie star.
For a very long time, this video of Daniel pushing a girl onto a bed has been making rounds as people try to speculate on what's going on. Some people claim Daniel was trying to do something evil, while others say he was just playing with her in a harmless manner. After people repeatedly brought it up to Daniel, he clarified in a post on his YouTube community that she was a close family friend and he was just playing with her. However, in the same post, he identifies her by name. And if we take a look at his old Twitter account, we can find multiple tweets in which he says someone by that name is an upcoming porn star and that he himself is also one. This, plus the many,
he's also a porn star
messages he exchanged on Kick with people he thought were minors, and the facts that he eventually changed his name to Bill Carter so people wouldn't give him grief over it are very damning. A day later, Daniel started posting on his community tab in TikTok, sounding like he was yet again in the clutches of a Bob impersonator. On the 23rd, he posted videos of how his trench foot was looking at the time, which I very fortunately haven't been able to find. Thank God. What we do have is this video of him celebrating his new headphones.
It's time to turn the big 4 to the big 5 and make everyone else go bankrupt. If you guys want to play a game of checkers, I will take it to a game of chess.
According to what's on the wiki, along with the new headphones, he also bought new socks. And not just any kind, but socks that cost $40 a pair. It's unclear how this happened, but it looks like he got his hands on some money and did what he always does, spent it all immediately.
$40 socks.
This stretch of time in which Daniel manages to restrain himself from getting into altercations with random strangers doesn't just end, but crashes and burns on the 26th. After returning to his tried and true method of doing jumping jacks to thank for donations, Daniel undergoes the mysterious machete incident.
Emergency.
Oh no, man.
I just got fucking beat.
Oh, he's on the run.
I just got attacked last night. The person walked up to me, asked me if I could get them one cigarette. I said, I'm sorry, I don't carry cigarettes on me. They said I was being racist for saying that.
Damn.
The person was carrying a machete and just started going like, if you don't get me one cigarette, I will beat the living crap out of you. Get up now. Take me to go get a cigarette. And then they started beating on me, like 100 bats, pretty much. It was like a machete, but it was like in some type of case. So when they were hitting me, when the person was hitting me last night, it was the case that was hitting me.
Oddly enough, despite how radical the claim he just made, he moved on from it without ever missing a beat. The 26th also sees Daniel adding a new thing to his repertoire. Instead of complaining about not getting enough donations and asking for more, he complains about getting too many.
Alright, my fans are the most manipulated people in the entire world. After I found out that I was never really in contact with Grace and it was an impersonator all along, I have made $700. I've never seen those numbers in my life.
Where does he sleep?
And it seems like all you guys care about is my life.
You missed some lore. So about like a couple months ago, during this where he's at right now, he was living in Planet Fitness. He got kicked out of one Planet Fitness. They had the clip of him getting kicked out. And then he got kicked out of another 35 Planet Fitness. Then he decided to go to Las Vegas and he tried to sleep at a casino's bathroom. And then the security were not nice and instantly got him out of there. And yeah, from there, He got kicked out of the Sear. You know the big ball hotel thing? He got kicked out of there, banned, because he was also trying to sleep there. Then he tried to sleep at a cheesecake factory in Las Vegas. Got kicked out there too. At a freaking random restaurant. He tried to sleep in the bathroom of a random restaurant. He got kicked out there too. Yeah, he's been banned in so many places.
So you guys wait until I find out that Grace isn't real, and then you guys want to spam my Cash App with hundreds of dollars? That would have been
I've
nice
just
to
worked
get
out
prior
there
to
and
all
lived
this.
there. Yeah.
It's all done now.
If I were to speculate, I'd guess he's lying about getting that much money overnight, or at least the trolls that sent the money will wait until Daniel spend it and then refund it. I'm not really sure if that can be done on Cash App in the same way it can be done on PayPal, but in all honesty, it's not impossible that Daniel is so out of touch and entitled that he's actually complaining about not getting the money earlier or something. A few moments later, he claims he'd made $100 from his music sales. The money, imaginary or otherwise, immediately got to Daniel's head as he began talking like a business mogul immediately.
Bro.
Alright, so I'm buying $19 in CrowdStrike stock. Even with all the transactions I literally just did, I still have $100. I'm gonna go shopping.
What's strange
He's
is
an
he keeps
investor
changing the
now.
amount he supposedly profited, ranging anywhere from the original claim of 700 all the way down to a measly 15. He's either actually forgetting what he initially said he got, or is voluntarily lowering the number in fear that people will stop sending money if he overplays his rich celebrity LARP. If that is his intention, he simply cannot contain himself as he proceeds to broadcast all the frivolous things he's planning to splurge on.
Okay, so I am thinking about going to the movie theater now.
Ooh, fancy.
I got $50. So if I spend 20, I can save 30.
I'm glad Daniel is the head of state. He has pretty sound economic principles going on. In the meantime, the trolls were getting busy, roping Daniel into yet another delusion, this time of being in a $3 million contract with a record label called Paper Route, supposedly due to someone from past management signing the contract for him. Oddly enough, he mixes the lies the trolls tell him with the lies he comes up with on his own.
Alright, before the whole Planet Fitness and being homeless, there was actually a fan that was named Bob. He was an old man. Bob was an old man, and Bob was renting a apartment for him, was buying him food, and was helping him out. But one time, Bob and him were in a car, and he hit Bob, and then he was acting like if Bob was hitting him. He was punching himself, acting like if Bob was attacking him. And Bob was secretly recording, so he got exposed, and then Bob blocked him and kicked him out, and that's how he became homeless. Damn, Bob was a good man. Yeah, Bob was a good man. Bob was the only nice man to this guy, and he freaking did that. He lost his only savior. So yeah, man. He
who was briefly his cellmate in one of his previous arrests, was also affiliated with Paper Route and immediately recognized who he was. Continuing to inadvertently expose himself, Daniel reveals that after interactions with Grace impersonators, he's been looking for her OnlyFans account.
I've heard rumors that Grace Vanderwall has an OnlyFans account.
Also, he's obsessed with this 16-year-old named Grace, and then he has a lot of trolls that pretend that they are Grace and text him, and he keeps getting tricked. He has been trolled like more than 20 times of different people acting like Grace, and he believes that they're actually Grace every single time. Every single time he actually believes it's Grace, but it's not Grace, it's just a troll. This guy does not learn from his mistakes.
I've heard a rumor that Grace's OnlyFans account was because she was supposed to be doing the movies with me, and she had no one to do it with.
He's also given up going to Kansas and is instead planning to go to Denver, where the Paper Route headquarters is supposedly located, presumably so he can collect his $3 million payout. Before the end of the 27th, he makes the mistake of mentioning the accursed Akron Goblin.
So apparently there was also a guy involved in past management named Cryax, and he's pretty famous on YouTube. He's a YouTube villain, I should say, and easily manipulated. So apparently Cryax is the one that was leaking the news after apparently the Vanderwalls did the investigation.
Just imagine a collaboration or feud between these two. Another great clip from this particular run of TikTok posts is when he tells a story about having lost a $50 Airbnb gift card and now has to make not $50 but $200 so he can turn a profit, of course. It's very funny how he thinks that profit just means whenever he gets extra money for no reason. Later on, he starts talking about the Discord server and the subreddit about him being in a 3-day-long civil war. The schizo lore he gives for it is absolutely nonsensical dribble, not worth listening to, but he eventually connects it with his never-ending obsession with the Vanderwall family, explaining that the only reason they won't send him video verification to prove they aren't impersonators is because they're afraid it might leak to one of those groups. I should make a note that it's at this point Daniel coins another addition to his vocabulary, suppositively, which I take it he considers a very fancy word since he uses it about 100 times throughout these posts.
Suppositively.
Want to become like him? No.
Suppositively.
In regards to his financial issues, he says this.
When I was in the mental hospital in Las Vegas, the mental hospital told me that I should be making $1,000 a day with my current fan base at $20 a person, because on average I get 500 to 600 views an hour. If you do the mathematics, that's $20 if I were to do per person for like a Zoom or videos or whatever, times 600.
This would be the worst case scenario.
How much I could be making if I did the mathematics.
Not sure that math really checks out. You know, a thought is about to be really articulate and sensible when it begins with, "They told me in the mental hospital." The 28th is a busy day for Dan's community.
Hey, he's a
In
celebrity,
post, he says, a guy walked
president.
up to me in what looked to be a Family Guy mask, holding a police flashlight, threatening that he was in the Illuminati and that he was watching my every move and was going to kill me. While this absolutely sounds like what a Larson troll would do, Daniel plays it up on purpose so that he could ask for donations for the weekend immediately after. On the same day, Danderson plays the piano. Notably, he does his best to emulate the body language of someone who actually knows how to play and is really cooking, all while he's just picking out random notes to play. It seems whatever setup he managed to put together so we'd have a place to sleep and food regularly was coming to an end, as he claims the fans started once again contacting the establishments he was frequenting and informing them of his dastardly deeds. He acts quite stressed out about this and asks for donations to leave New York City and go to Colorado.
I have no idea how old he is.
Later, he can be seen eating a comedically large lollipop-looking snack. A few more posts go by and we can see Daniel getting upset over how much he's craving a can of Monster. He's literally me, for real. So on the 29th,
I have no idea.
his stay at what appears to be a mall comes to an end, and after being asked by some security guards not to record and follow them somewhere, he says something very strange.
Alright, so I'm going to need an extra $100.
Bro.
I got fully doxxed. There was a school bus or something that let out 40 to 50 middle school students. Every single one of them knew who I was, had me on camera, and I'm going to have to be inside for the next couple hours for my own safety. The trolls, the middle school students from the school bus have notified the security, told them lies about me, all this stuff, trying to frame me. So I do have to leave this location, so I am going to need $100 to be able to do so. Guys, do not leave me alone and stop taking videos of me.
He's not lying.
Apparently, these same teenagers also followed him to his motel and told the security
I thought he was lying.
Banned him. Before the month's end, Daniel expresses his concern and fear that another war will take place.
Everything is so hectic right now. I think there's going to be another multi-year long Daniel Larson subreddit, the Daniel Larson Discord civil war. You guys better be prepared.
That's creepy.
For the nuke.
I like how, despite having access to the subreddit, in which many people don't even try to hide the fact that they think Daniel is just a crazy homeless pedophile, he still manages to contextualize himself as some kind of Helen of Troy figure, and that they'll be fighting over him. The next few days are blurry insofar as Daniel's whereabouts, but the little I could find shows Daniel asking for money to buy new clothes after slipping and falling in the rain, and him apparently finding employment.
Hey everybody, so you guys remember when I said I got my new job? I work at Planet Fitness, baby!
That's a lie.
Revenge!
That's a lie.
Eventually, in early May, it seems Daniel figures out that the people pushing this narrative that there's a war and riots happening over him is a joke, and makes a post to his YouTube community deriding it. Hilariously, this just prompts the subreddit to push it even harder, commenting things like, "It's his schizophrenia making him think they are fake. Little does he know, I'm at the Capitol building protesting right now as I type this. Shit on CNN and Daniel saying it's fake." There's already 9 people that have been injured and have been taken to the hospital in Los Angeles because of the allegations against you, Daniel. How many more does it take before you take accountability for what you've done? On the same day as he posted that to his community, he posted a picture of himself getting some ice cream at the Hard Rock Cafe, supposedly after doing a concert. Over the next few days, he gets banned from the Penn Station in Manhattan, reiterates how upset he is at people joking about riots, and posts himself looking like an absolute beauty and a rat. A few days go by without much worth mentioning happening at Daniel's end, but on the subreddit, a brand new bombshell was about to drop. To celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the original May 6th incident, wherein Daniel exposed himself to about 500 people while live on TikTok before being banned, Flexburger, the architect of the incident, decided to do an AMA on the subreddit. Usually the AMAs with Daniel himself are fruitless because he's not interested in doing anything besides role-playing as a celebrity and won't really cooperate unless you join him. However, the AMA with Flexburger was one of the most illuminating events in the whole saga. When asked about the child seen being pushed onto a bed by Daniel, Flex claimed she was the same girl Daniel was referring to in those tweets. Another user brought up the confusing timeline of events that led up to the May 6th incident, since Daniel had already declared war on Flex by the time Flex supposedly talked him into doing it. However, Flex explained the following. I went by the name John.
On May 6th was the day he revealed his dingling live on TikTok. That was his audition for Pornhub. For his audition for Pornhub, when in reality it was a troll telling him, "All right, I work with Pornhub. If you audition, we'll consider you." When it was a troll. So he went live on May 6th and showed his dingling live on TikTok. Oh hell no, yeah. So many people watched, and he got banned, and then he just made another account. This guy has gotten banned on TikTok like 20 times, and he just keeps making new accounts, and people find him quick.
I told him that Flexburger was this evil guy hacking all of his accounts and exposing him. He had no clue it was me. When he was making all of those videos with the headset on talking about me, I was on the phone with him. He had no clue that Flexburger was me the whole time. Pretty funny stuff. It's funny that Daniel calling people hackers gets mentioned here because Flex revealed that he only became one of Daniel's managers because after just a few conversations with him, he voluntarily gave Flex his password and asked him to manage his YouTube channel. Another user asked Flex to get back into the fold and convinced Daniel to go back to Colorado so that he could get proper housing. According to him, he'd love to do so, but his new management gatekeeps him and tells him to block anyone not in their immediate circle. When asked about those who defended Daniel, Flex responded, "The people on TikTok that defend him constantly drive me insane. I'm not sure if a lot of people know this, but this subreddit was actually mostly pro-Daniel around up until about a year ago or so. When I was his manager, I tried telling everyone that Daniel was a horrible person, but no one believed me. People like Papa Gut would defend him just because he has a mental disability. Never seen someone get away with this much. Glad the majority of the general public is finally coming to an agreement that Daniel is a creep. It took far too long. I found it disturbing how much of a pathological liar he is and how manipulative he can be. I talked to JP, one of his old caretakers, and he agreed mastermind. The exact same. For example, during the Likey meltdown, you can hear him be like, "JP threatened to kill me. JP forced me to do all of this." Yet JP was in another room, having no clue what was going on.
He's low-key a genius.
So bad. I remember a few times when I would confront him about the search history, he'd try and tell me the Denver police told him to look that up. We had a group of around 10 different people submitting tips with evidence of screenshots and videos to various sex offender hotlines and police stations in Denver. We had such illegal stuff from him. He sent his to minors as a sexting buddy countless times, even if they said they were like 14. Aurora police didn't care. We just wanted to report criminal activity, but they said that we had to be the parents of the underage kids he was messaging. Denver police at least made a little bit of an effort. They showed up to meet with him in a King Soopers parking lot. I was on the phone with him a few minutes before he hung up and heard him using his plot armor to his advantage, talking about, "Oh, I'm autistic. I didn't know better. I have a disability. I'm in disability services. I've been a victim of manipulation online," and they changed the text. Denver police fell for it and he got off the hook. It physically hurt me to look at his search history. Every day I'd catch him Googling CP-related searches at 4 in the morning Denver time. Whenever I'd confront him about it, he would either lie or have a huge meltdown and start breaking stuff. Deep fakes of various little girls on both his old laptop from Denver and phone. Looking up a lot of illegal stuff somehow didn't put him on a watch list. Attached to that last bit were a couple of links, one of which was Flex scrolling through the posts on his Instagram account, which were full of pictures of child models.
Oh, hell no.
A text message exchange between the two, as Daniel explicitly admitting to having watched CP and texting minors inappropriately immediately with full knowledge. Flex also said that Daniel is more aware than people think. The example he gives is the
Damn, I
constant
would've blocked
Vanderwall
you if I saw that
impersonators. In
type
Flex's
of man.
opinion, Daniel knows them to be fake but doesn't care, as long as he has someone to exchange inappropriate messages with. Besides badly wanting it to be true, Daniel's autism is part of why he believes himself to be a celebrity, since people constantly come up to him and recognize him. He's just unable to tell the difference between an actual celebrity and whatever he is. After having brought up how his time in Daniel's management
He is a
seen by the people
celebrity.
following the Larson-verse online,
He's
Flex
famous.
defended himself against some of the accusations that he was malicious as a manager, saying the following. When he left Denver to hitch a ride on a train and ended up stranded in San Francisco for a few days,
Damn.
Papa Gut made a video blaming me, saying that I forced him to do it. Me and a couple of others basically had to direct an autistic man around the streets of Oakland while he was having a panic attack every 5 minutes. We called the police 5 times that night, and on the last try, they finally found Daniel and took him to a mental hospital. Seriously thought Daniel was going to die, and it was all going to be my fault. Even though it wasn't, it was Daniel's
Famous
own
my
dumb
butt.
decision. When someone asked him about the claims Papa Gut had made about Flex stealing money from Daniel's donations, he said Daniel wanted to set up a way to get paid for his social media so he could be on his own, so I helped him. I'll always find that video funny because Papa Gut accuses me of all this crazy stuff, yet shows absolutely zero evidence or proof of anything. Papa Gut is a dumb who cheated on his wife and still defends Daniel to this day. He said he doubts Daniel is actually a pedo and that the 17 and 22 age gap between Daniel and Grace wasn't inappropriate. Never seen someone go that far to support someone who likes kids. One of the more contentious topics was the accusations Daniel had levied against someone
That
named
dude is
Ryan.
creepy.
For the most part, no one really gives any credence to the things Daniel says, since he constantly lies, especially when he's trying to make someone he dislikes look bad. However, when it came to these accusations in particular, someone had begun to consider that even if he was lying about who did it, Daniel might have been sexually abused in some way during his stay in disability services. In response to this, Flex said, Daniel's never had sex or been before. I think the day he made that lie up was the day he made all those holes in the walls in the pink room. He all of a sudden started lying to me, trying to make me feel bad, and said he was a victim of assault. I asked more about the story since he had never told it to me before, and things were not lining up at all, and you could clearly tell he was lying. Let's, as a community, stop drawing attention to that lie. His lying about being assaulted for attention pisses me off so bad. Flex also said that Daniel hadn't written his own songs, specifically that he had to do all the writing for one of them. From this, we can presume that all of his other songs also had some kind of third party intervene and do the heavy lifting. User LaneTrain71 asked Flex to elaborate on the experience of being a manager. In particular, how often Daniel texted him, to which he answered, 24/7, never ending. I remember sitting in class with Daniel spamming me, saying there was an emergency, and if I didn't answer, he would fire me. The emergency was that Big Bank Records called him the N-word and was harassing him. Daniel ended up calling 911, and the police showed up. As expected, police were confused and didn't care. It's also in this AMA that we get some unforeseen Daniel early life lore after someone asks Flex to relay what he'd heard from Daniel in regards to the Tennyson Center he used to be in as a kid. He said he liked Tennyson a lot and was really good for him. He said things really went downhill when his grandma died. Daniel moved to Hugo, Colorado with his mom after she split with Travis. She couldn't take care of him anymore because she was paralyzed, and Daniel was I asked him about her getting paralyzed. He told me she was stuck on the kitchen floor for a couple of months straight by herself and couldn't get up. I knew that was a lie, so I asked, so she pissed herself on the floor for a couple of months straight? To which Daniel responded, yes. Soon after, he elaborated on Daniel's upbringing.
When are you
I believe
sleeping?
His parents were definitely
After
not
this
good
video.
parents. It's not super hard to see that, especially when looking at Travis. His Facebook page is full of hentai profiles he made with his daughter's names. There's no doubt Daniel grew up in a bad household, but he 100% abused his mom and grandma. I hate the argument on TikTok that we should feel bad for him because of his bad childhood, when he was the abuser the whole time. And beating up your paralyzed mom in a
Good night,
wheelchair
Jeffrey.
and grandma dying of cancer, does it get any worse than that? Straight to hell. There are comments of his mom literally confirming it on a YouTube video and Daniel admitting to it, yet people don't see it. They got into some argument and he hurt his paraplegic mom, which led to him getting arrested and put in foster care. I'm not sure if a lot of people know this, but Daniel's mom and dad actually have a restraining order against him. Also, he beat up Bob. Clearly, he loves attacking homeless people. I think it's important to mention that I'm just relaying all of these claims exactly as Flex made them. There could be some leeway
Poor
here and
Bob
there. Regardless,
was
as
trying to
Daniel's
help
lies
him.
are being contextualized, someone else brought up all the claims he'd made over the years about having a job. Flex explains that he only had a job once. In 2019, his disability services got him one at a thrift shop. Interestingly enough, while Daniel was good enough at his job that he made some decent money, it was spending the money that was the tough part for him. Almost immediately upon receiving it, he was tricked by an Indian catfish into buying $500 in Visa gift cards and sending the codes, which Daniel did, and just like that, all of his money was gone. Due to his direct involvement with multiple notorious Larsonian incidents, people were asking for details which Flex happily provided. For example, he gave some background information on the Likey meltdown. What happened was he kept threatening to fire us for confronting him about his illegal searches. So we said okay and left him. Within an hour or two, he came back to us crying, saying he would do anything to get back on the team. I remember being out with friends scrolling through his Likey page, dying of laughter. I literally couldn't believe what I was seeing. I don't know how these videos are real. He was on his laptop because someone got him to throw his phone up to the gods for grace, and obviously his cheap little Android shattered on the concrete. His hair was all spiked up because we kept telling him to take a shower, but he refused, and instead wiped his head all around with a wet paper towel. That about concludes all of the information Flex decided to offer the community through his posts, but before you think his AMA was all bark and no bite, Flex unveiled some of the most egregious troll material ever. For starters, there was the pencil incident, which was rumored to exist months prior to it actually being uploaded, but lo and behold, in the wake of Flex's AMA, it was published in all of its glory. In it, Daniel inserts a pencil, and then jumps around for a bit with it inserted. The next incident to be published was the shower incident, in which Daniel is seen drying himself with a towel while not wearing any clothes, despite being visibly dry. In this incident, it's not the video itself that's the main source of horror, but it's the context. Apparently, Daniel sent this to his mom, who replied by saying, "Danny, why the hell did you give me a video of you naked? That was not cool. I'm disappointed in you. Why did you do that? I'm your mother." To which Daniel responded, "Sorry, that was a hacker. My phone gets hacked every now and then. Just to remind you, I get hacked.
He sent a nude to his
mom.
mom.
In my life." Then who took it? The elf living in your house? In the middle of these reveals, an unreleased song of his called Wild Hearts was also leaked, but we all know that's not what we're here for. Next up is the bottle incident, which Flex took his sweet time to post, supposedly because he wanted to space out the content to keep the community entertained. However, he did eventually post it, and it's not something that any human being should suffer to witness. Fortunately, that was the full extent of the dreaded May 2023 leaks, as far as I can tell, and we get back to the regularly scheduled Larson activity at this point. On the 7th, a few fans record themselves following Daniel around for a bit as he skulks around in a mall, and they give him a few basic hygiene items, which purposefully include a toothbrush. A day later, Daniel goes live and is in the company of none other than Michael Quinn, who now seems to be actively schmoozing Daniel up, which meant that a collab with the world of t-shirts was imminent. But before that could happen, something else did. On the 9th, he posted these TikToks.
I don't really like how many people are doxing conversations. Also, the labels threatening me to be fired in 24 hours if I can't get that to stop. Just to let everyone know, the text message that got leaked on the subreddit earlier, I blocked that person.
Can you guess what he's talking about here?
No.
Of course, he's once again soliciting all kinds of inappropriate things with catfishes and comparing himself to a cow being milked, as one does. He also confesses to loving the smell of, pee. This doesn't even put a dent in Michael Quinn's plans, though, since on the 10th, the Clash of the Titans finally takes place in the Big Apple.
Daniel, say hello.
They meet.
Let's see you shake hands. Shake hands, guys.
They meet.
Hi, Daniel. Good to see you, buddy. How you feeling? What's it like to meet Josh in person?
It's at this point that we get to witness how different Daniel is from someone like Josh, as even during the live stream, Josh can be seen looking away from the phone and talking in a relatively normal tone. Meanwhile, Daniel is in the background tweaking for the entirety of the meetup, and instead of interacting with either of the guys he's with, he eventually starts doing this to get attention.
I always get bored when I'm at It's so good.
At this point, we've sort of established that Michael has a lot to do with instigating the beef between them, but I don't even know how much instigation is even necessary when one of the parties is Daniel Larson. During their meetup, which was supposed to be a peace treaty to squash the beef between them, Daniel begins provoking Josh. Later on, during a stream in which he appears to be slightly drunk, Josh begins mocking this attempt at taunting him, saying Daniel is homeless and has no license to do tours. Around the same time the meetup took place, Daniel had his phone stolen and was forced to post from a computer in a library. Eventually, he did get access to a phone again, supposedly with the money from music sales, and made a new TikTok account. In the following post, he suggests he's no longer in New York City and that he plans to go to Florida, though without using the train, as he claims Josh got him banned from the station.
You guys are not going to believe this, but last night somebody called police on me, and I got a ticket pretty much. I got a fine of $100.
Is he still in TikTok? I don't know, we'll see.
Is a trespass ticket citation. So somebody tried to get me trespassed from the subway station.
On the 16th, Daniel is seen eating a very luxurious dinner in a Manhattan restaurant, and according to an archived post on the subreddit, once the restaurant discovered Daniel was unable to pay, they took his debit card and would only give it back to him once he's paid for the meal. In the wake of this, he claims he got the bill covered, made $80 from his music, gotten $1,175 of debt, and defends himself from the claims that the restaurant took his debit card, though I should note that when he holds up his debit card to prove he still has it, he held it in a way where you can't actually see if it's a debit card or some other kind of card. Daniel has a history of doing things like trying to pay for meals with his Medicaid card, so it wouldn't exactly be surprising if he were trying to play the same trick on the subreddit. Despite his financial issues, he says he's doing better than Michael and Josh. And I take that this explicit call-out was a sign that Daniel's belligerence was rising once again. On the 17th, he destroys his own headphones for whatever reason, starts jogging until he's out of breath, and closes the video off in a very interesting way.
What's up, master?
I need to find a gun.
Apparently, this fit of anger happened because his management had paid for a $200
Oh, he's on the run again.
to take him to Colorado, and he managed to miss it. A day later, he returns to the mall, where he has another altercation with fans.
Leave before I get the police on you.
While there's plenty of footage of Daniel being generally perturbed by the presence of his fans, the highlight of this incident is when he runs up and
How's your
punches one of
fine-ass
the mall
song?
screens in order to appear intimidating
Doing
to
good.
the people following him.
Oh, shit.
These misfortunes don't slow Daniel down whatsoever, as he's still looking to go to Colorado soon to visit Disneyland, which he was tricked into thinking had a franchise in Colorado, and he has some words to say about Michael Quinn and Josh.
Okay. Michael Quinn and World of T-Shirts needs to stop asking me to do a
How your fan ass?
On
How's
the
your
20th, he
fine
successfully
ass
boards a plane to leave New
song
York City and return to
doing?
Colorado. Upon returning to his homeland, he claims to have had dinner with Bob, but this not only ends the 2023 travel arc, but also the red shirt arc, as Daniel stops wearing the same red shirt he'd been wearing for probably 3 months at this point. On the 22nd, in a video in which he claims
Doing
his
good.
entire
I'm watching
career
the
finances are at
Daniel,
an all-time low and on the brink of collapse,
the
he's seen in
famous
his new
celebrity
Fortnite skin, the blue
TikToker
jacket.
live
What
streamer.
triggered him to start despairing about his money was the fact that during a live stream that same day, he went to a Panera and ordered some food, knowing he wouldn't be able to pay for it, expecting them to allow him to eat for free, which did not happen. Also on the 22nd, he gets accosted by some trolls claiming to be security.
What's up, Daniel?
I'm not allowed to take pictures.
No, they called us. They're supposed to come here. We're security.
I don't
Bro,
have
he's not
security.
famous.
Here, I'm gonna send it
Yeah,
to you.
look, he's famous.
Security right now.
He's getting filmed by
No, we have to send it to him,
paparazzi.
Daniel.
I'm on the phone with my security.
I'm the security.
No. Please leave. You are not security. No, you're not. I will literally have my security press charges on you. You're not security. You're not security. No, you're not.
Daniel, John Summons sent us.
John Summons is fake.
Did you call them?
Yeah, call.
You want to talk to John Summons?
Okay, my management and my record label is asking that you guys
Okay, holy shit.
stop.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. You smell like shit. God, bro. Oh my God.
After some thorough debate on whether they were legit security officers or not, they get Daniel to say what, at this point, has become one of his many catchphrases.
I will be pressing charges.
After spending way too much time experiencing the hustle and bustle of the big city, Daniel decides to visit the wildlife and relax for a bit. This gives him a lot of clarity, which inspires him to make some radical changes.
I am going to be adding new rules to my fan base. So for the next 5 years, if you do not donate on a regular basis, we will start banning.
This might have something to do with the $500 of credit card debt he was talking about shortly after, but that's just my guess. In one of the more wholesome moments of this entire Hell saga, Dan takes a picture with some fans of his. It's very strange to think that despite his delusions preventing him from seeing the exact nature of his fame, he is, on some level, a minor web celebrity. For better or for worse, he's going to be recognized everywhere he goes, probably for the rest of his life. In a less than wholesome turn of events, while going to Haagen-Dazs to charge his phone for free, some fans show up and inform the employees of what he was up to.
John Summons told me to ask you if you showered anytime recently.
Okay, I'm going to need to ask you guys to leave.
You still smell like poop.
After leaving while doing his best impression of a rich valley girl, according to a Reddit post for someone claiming to have been there while it happened, Daniel punched a woman in the face on his way out, prompting this.
You want a shirt? Tell them to bring it. Okay, I'm on the phone with you. Get out now. You have a warrant for your f***ing arrest.
Oh, he mad. The paparazzi are crazy.
I'm not sure why he decided this was the best moment to drop the gamer word, but I trust Mr. President's wisdom, okay? He always knows when to use it tactically. Immediately after, he walked into a crystal store, wandered all the way to the back of it, kneeled, and started hitting himself in the face, saying he was going to need the paramedics. Based on the incident with Bob in the car, my best guess is he was doing this in part so that he could tell the paramedics he was being attacked, and they hit him first. He eventually started throwing around items in the store before also leaving it and wandering off, and starting altercations with other homeless people who happened to be in his path of destruction. Whoever Daniel was on the phone with as he walked around aimlessly managed to calm him down, and in the process of doing that, informed Daniel that he was going to get in trouble for saying the N-word, prompting Daniel to release this video.
Did you all know that I have friends from Africa? So, I'm not racist.
He eventually made a larger video addressing the entire incident, neglecting the parts where he was doing things he wasn't supposed to, and focusing exclusively on trolls supposedly harassing him. However, in a video Daniel hadn't recorded himself and looks to have been recorded without his knowledge, some of the fans approached him soon after the incident and asked him to calmly explain what exactly went down. This proved to be an effective strategy as he revealed some details that he deliberately excluded from his own later retelling of the story.
We had two people in the area that yelled, "We have guns." I literally screamed, "I will murder everybody in this area."
You can't be saying that stuff, man.
But here's the thing. What am I supposed to do if somebody says they have a gun?
I mean,
I had to, you see what I mean? I had to protect myself.
Mind you, in the video of the incident we have...
Yo, that's like saying that I can't eat any meat because I know they counting Bob.
Okay, Columbia Records needs to get me security ASAP. Right this minute to my location, or I will get a gun and start killing people.
Oh man.
I just got threatened with a gun in public.
From Daniel's uploads to his YouTube account, we can infer Bob is scrambling to get him affordable housing. Though now, this will probably have to be done through conventional means, as opposed to with the help of disability services due to Daniel's past troubles with them. Soon after, he posted a video lamenting his financial situation, complaining that he doesn't get any donations anymore, and because of that, he can't afford housing. Right after saying he needs donations so he can go to the Rockies game. Eventually, he admits that Bob just doesn't want to be involved anymore, which confirms that most of the things he's been saying about Bob are extrapolated from casual conversations he has with him over the phone, as opposed to Bob actively helping him out. After asking for donations to his Cash App to pay for his $50 phone bill, Daniel gets himself drunk. I say that tentatively though, because he doesn't actually seem to be that drunk. I'd venture to say he drank something alcoholic and then decided to act like an inbred crossing of Mr. Bean and Pee Wee Herman, because that's his cartoonish understanding of how a person acts when they are drunk.
Oh, what's up, mate? How are you doing today? Oh, nice puppy, nice puppy. Whoa, hey, oh.
Around the 30th, someone paid for a cameo video for World of T-shirts about Daniel, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Hey, Daniel Larson, I just wanted to let you know I started doing Grace Vanderwall. You fat-nosed fuck. She loves the rhythm of my tism, and I can team with her. Quinn.
Oh yeah, this is ibuprofen. Ibuprofen for my allergies.
And World of T-shirts. I am from all of my concerts. So is Grace. You guys are never welcome.
I like how Daniel bans people from his concerts as a punishment, as opposed to setting the National Guard on them like we all know he's capable of.
Yeah,
he's a tough but fair ruler. Daniel continues to gaslight his audience about his financial issues and brings back the fake banking app to pretend he has a balance of -$2 grand. Once this strategy doesn't work, he tries to make it out as if the money is going to go toward fixing a water leak in Bob's house. After being fed up with the music industry exploiting him, Daniel becomes an experimental filmmaker and uploads a 9-minute video of him just walking in point of view with no sound, titled Daniel Larson Tries to Go on a Walk, but he finds out his backpack got stolen. Of course, I'm kidding about the experimental filmmaker thing, but I have no clue why this video has no audio and is recorded like that. Kind of eerie. Most likely due to the latest World of T-shirts attack, Daniel remembered Cameo existed and decided to make his own account on it as a way to make some money. Immediately after, someone tricked him into saying he loves minors.
Hi, Matt. Your friends told me you were getting bullied at school for wearing a Minecraft backpack. I know what it's like to be different, and I want to send some birthday love your way. Minecraft is cool, and I love to go mining. I love miners.
Fortunately for Anderson, he was successful in his endeavor to secure housing. And not only that, but he also attended the Colorado Rockies game he was talking about earlier. On the 7th, he's pictured with some fans. All in all, the beginning of June is one of the best times for Daniel in months, and no incidents actually take place during this period. On the 9th, an account called Lolcow Designs on YouTube uploaded a YouTube short covering something we haven't really mentioned. Daniel's use of Google Maps. Because of his very dysfunctional relationship with electronics, he doesn't use apps as much as he abuses them with a colossal volume
What is
of
bro
low-quality
doing?
input. As previously stated by Flex, Daniel is constantly messaging people, uploading multiple things to multiple different accounts on multiple different platforms at the same time, without any real rhyme or reason. He loves to post, he loves the grind. However, amidst the chaos, we can discern Daniel's behavioral patterns, and they're not good at all. Basically, he uses Google Maps to upload random pictures of himself to whatever place he's in, make complaints about restaurants that don't give him free food, but most importantly, the pictures he probably unknowingly uploads to places like malls and gyms are rife with images of young girls. And you can guess why that is.
No.
But much like the May 6th anniversary reveals from Flexburger, none of these discussions managed to affect Daniel, who's more preoccupied with Spotify.
This better or be you in the future.
Is not from my music distribution. It's coming from Spotify. So whoever at Spotify is doing that, I will make sure you're jailed for life. You better lawyer up.
On the 13th of June, he says he will be turning himself in on July 5th, but it's unsure what he's planning to turn himself in for. In a stream that came shortly after, he claims he's been framed by disability services, but this isn't related to him turning himself in. Instead, he spends most of the stream talking about how the services made him lose tens of thousands of dollars related to canceling recording sessions, which is definitely another lie. Most likely due to Bob's influence, there is a marked drop in incidents following his return to Denver. On his community page, he gives some slightly credible financial updates, saying he owes Bob about $15,000, and that since Medicaid dropped him, he owes $4,000 in hospital bills. But there's some good news as well. The revenue from Cameo has allowed him to once again try to start making music. Only one thing is distracting him from it now: the Great Chinese War.
Currently, I am asking for your assistance on a very dire matter.
The president needs us.
Chinese War of 1973 is upon us. We must get our gunches in sync. I personally and professionally want war with the Chinese.
On the 18th, Daniel gets greedy and decides to jack up the price of his Cameo to $800, allegedly because of his legal status. In another post, he says the police showed up, but it doesn't seem like anything really happened as a consequence. A day later, another cache of private text messages Daniel exchanged with people whom he thought to be way too young gets posted to Reddit, and it's mostly more of the same, so I won't bother going through them, with this one exception. Do you know what the G-spot is? Just curious. No, I'm not sure what that is. So basically, it's this spot in your up near the belly button. If you finger it, it makes you squirt 15 feet at 100 miles an hour. Oh my god!
No way.
What a gentleman. The rest of June is mostly uneventful, with it being explained that him turning himself in was most likely in reference to him being taken by Bob to clear up the outstanding warrants on him in Denver County. Almost unexplainably, he goes to a Flo Rida concert, blames Bob for the delay of his music release, and at the very end of the month, his new track, Merry Go Round, with the most unintentionally creepy cover art imaginable, comes out. June was the first good month for Daniel in a very long time, ending up with him regularly sleeping at a motel, finally taking a shower, getting a haircut, and making a little bit of money on his Cameo. On the 2nd of July,
what are you watching?
TikTok claiming Bob threatened him with a
this is a legend.
9mm machine gun if Daniel didn't show up to court the next day. He does go to court, and whatever happened there made him very angry as he took to his YouTube community page to make a series of posts threatening to bomb the courthouse. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find the post, but given the things Daniel has said before, it's not hard to believe that he said that. Despite this brief period of erratic behavior, he returned to semi-normalcy soon after, and things continued to be normal for another week. On the 10th, he revealed he'd gotten a dog, since according to him, he could afford it.
You don't want me to sleep?
No. Some of his vigilant followers, one of which is known on YouTube as Goated Minds, knew that Daniel wouldn't be able to properly take care of a dog, who he named Music, since he was still just wandering the streets and would only give her water whenever he stopped at a restaurant or cafe. And even then, it was a lot less than the dog needed, since she was an adult German Shepherd. Daniel himself acknowledged his dog was struggling to eat, possibly because he was trying to feed her whipped cream and nachos all day. Most importantly, there was a real danger Daniel would hurt it during one of his fits of of rage, which was
Poor
really
dog.
concerning. Goated Minds, along with a group called SEAL Team 6, made a big effort to pinpoint where Daniel was based on his TikTok posts, eventually succeeding in taking the dog back to the Longmont Humane Society. I will say the name SEAL Team 6 is pretty funny, but I wish it was the actual SEAL Team 6. I like to imagine the United States military deploying one of the deadliest
What type of
groups
video
ever
are you
assembled
watching?
to deal with Daniel
You
Larson.
know, last
On July
time you were
11th,
watching
a girl
something
called
about Diddy, I
Ween,
fell
known on
asleep.
Reddit as
Damn.
Lover of Mom 69, found the restaurant Daniel was at, asked him to take
Woke
the
up at
dog
5,
outside
damn.
for a little bit, and when Daniel conceded, they put the dog in their
It's
car.
it's
and drove
about a
off.
famous
Soon after,
TikToker.
proof of music's rescue was
A famous
posted to
live
Reddit, with the
streamer
dog seen
TikToker
slurping extensive
that's
amounts of
homeless.
water, probably due to being very thirsty after their stay with Daniel. No one knew how Daniel would react to the dog.
It's
napping,
him. He's
as
a
he put
famous
it, with many
TikToker.
even speculating he'd just move on from it nonchalantly like he'd done with many other things in the past. I honestly don't think anyone expected what was actually about to happen. On the 11th of July, things were silent. Too silent. Suddenly, he became active on his community page, revealing he'd just gotten out of police custody and had received new criminal charges.
Damn, he got arrested
he calmed
again.
down enough to start explaining his side of things. A combination of self-injurious behavior and the Walmart security throwing me to the ground. I hit my head on the ground at the
Bro got
Walmart by
tackled.
security, and they were sitting right on my knee, so when they pinned me down, the guy pinned basically put his knee on my head, not my neck or anything, but on my head. Along with this post came an image of Daniel with one side of his
You don't
face
find this
being
scary?
extremely
Look at him.
swollen. His explanations, which have been archived to the wiki, continued. When she drove off, I basically started freaking out. I started panicking, I started hyperventilating to where I felt like I couldn't breathe, because I was hyperventilating so much that I just couldn't speak.
No,
My
this
phone
is
was also
scary.
dead at the time, so I couldn't call security. All I could think about was trying to go across the parking lot to where the Walmart was, and I walked in there, saying my dog got dog napped. At that point in time, the security asked me to leave. I refuse, and I say, call the police. Like I said, creating a scene. About 50% of people in the checkout area start rushing over to where I am and start crawling me pretty much, and I lash out. That's a long story short of what happened. I don't know if anybody got anything on camera because of my popularity. The police said that there was no physical assault involved.
No, I need a break for that. From that.
I had more than the right because I did nothing. And yet they were instigating the situation, so I had the right to protect myself. At that point, the stupid Walmart decides that they're going to press charges of $2,000 of criminal mischief on purpose because they know I'm a celebrity. They want all my money, so they took it as high as they could go. They put me in protective custody at that time, and instead of going to jail, they took me to the hospital because I had injuries at that time. Charges were pressed on the person who was the dog napper. In a phone call he made shortly after making the community post, he adds some detail to what he was doing at Walmart.
So I go over to the gift card section, and, the gift cards, I'll start picking them off one at a time, dropping them on the floor.
More information was being shared on the subreddit. Apparently, one of the people who pinned him down was a biker, not a security guard, and Daniel didn't just defend himself as he put it, but took a swing at a security guard, pushed a cart at an employee, punched a lottery machine, knocked over shelf items, and went to town on the gift cards, as he did mention in the call. The YouTube post continued erratic as ever. World of T-shirts is in connection with the dog napping situation. I am innocent. I just called 911 and said I have a bomb in hopes of getting my family to safety and get security and safe. I will get this heard in Supreme Court. Fuck the entire Vanderwall family. My life in Bob's house is in danger. Bob bought me a gun today. I'm about to risk my life. I will now attack on sight. This community meltdown was packaged with equally disturbed video uploads.
Until you guys stop harassing, I'm ending my goddamn career. My mentor, Bob, my entire family is now being targeted too because of you guys, you little pieces of shit. So I'm done.
Oh, no.
I'm ending my career. To the record label, my entertainment manager, and every security company and all police officers, I'm gonna go drop a bomb. I ain't lying about Bob, I need you to go live right now. I need you to make a social media account and put it out there right now that I am not lying or I will kill you as well. My entire family is now famous. All of our houses have been doxxed. We are homeless. And my fans are doxing, getting criminal charges on us that are all false. We will take this all the way to the Supreme Court. I am done, and I will not stop until the White House is blown up.
Oh, fuck! He's gone mad.
And I just literally just screamed, I have a bomb on the 911 number, and randomly hung up in hopes to get this situation.
He's gone mad.
To get my family the rights that they deserve.
Eventually, he goes live on YouTube while talking to an EMT, and though I won't show it here since nothing in it is unusually relevant, and it's
This
almost
is too
50
fast to
minutes long,
understand in your
Daniel
language.
communicates
This I can't
noticeably better.
understand.
Many have said
Damn.
this, but it's absolutely true that Daniel can be a lot less belligerent when he knows it's important. He doesn't come across as a freak. Unfortunately for the Larsonian community at the time, the footage of the incident was being withheld from the public. The 12th of July is markedly silent as Daniel is in a psych ward on hold. On the 13th, thanks once again to Flexburger, a voicemail left for him by Daniel is uploaded to the subreddit.
I just wanted to let you know that I put in a request so you can be able to call me and get updates on the progress of my discharge and the
This is getting crazier every minute.
Probably
Yeah.
tell from the way he's speaking, he's medicated. For the first time, he sounds normal. I mean, not completely normal. I don't think that was ever an option for Dan, but it's almost like the layer of frantic delusion that guides his every utterance isn't there, even if just for a moment. The next week is completely radio silent on Daniel's end as he remains in the psych ward. On the 19th, he's released, much to the general chagrin of the Larsonian community, much of whom thought he belonged in an institution permanently.
Damn.
As soon as he's out of the ward, he's back to regularly scheduled programming, and it seems like not much has changed. He announces his plans to visit Hawaii and Alaska, go to college, and recycle cans for money, which is appropriate even if poorly timed. This would have been way more helpful a few months prior when he was terribly homeless. As of the moment he posted this, based on how many reviews had been left on his Cameo page, a conservative estimate of his earnings is over $3 grand. According to Daniel, whatever the exact court case that he was dealing with after the Walmart incident, he won during his stay at the psych ward. Besides looking healthier physically and less emaciated, Daniel also developed a skepticism of people coming up to him and claiming to be security, recording and posting an entire encounter he had with some followers who tried to run that on him. On the 22nd, Daniel gets trespassed from the Glenwood Springs Hotel due to someone calling the police up and telling them Daniel was filming kids. And yet another apparent development in Daniel's general awareness, he mentions that he would now begin to delay his post so that people would no longer be able to pinpoint his exact location live. I said the word apparent because it's just that. Just a day later, he's back in full force and completely out of his mind again. On his community page, he brings up the dog napping incident again and begins threatening to kill people texting him about it, claiming he had just received an international threat from a man named Saddam. Despite his acquired skepticism towards security impersonators, he's still completely vulnerable to Grace impersonators, since, based on his posts, one of them has him convinced that the Taliban is cooperating with Jacob Sartorius to dox and assassinate him. During this flurry of posts, he may or may not have been hacked, since randomly he posts about wanting to do something very bad with that girl from the bed video, along with a bunch of other celebrities. He eventually circles back to the dog napping and accuses Goated Minds of also having stolen World of T-Shirt's dog, alerting the Larsonian community to the very real dangers of dog trafficking rings. As people noticed, Daniel was particularly high-strung at that moment and engaging with pretty much anything he saw online. People decided to start faking tweets from the FBI account with Inspect Element, saying they were investigating Daniel. All of this commotion pushes him to come extremely close to calling Bob the gamer word, though I'm not really sure why, since Bob doesn't have anything to do with this. The Inspect Element tweets graduate to faking posts straight from Joe Biden, who I imagine Daniel already hates since he's impersonating the one true president. Biden's tweet said, "Russia, please don't nuke us. We will send Daniel Larson to you. Please, the citizens of Colorado are good people."
Okay,
they even
what
fake
are
a
you
news article
making
saying North
me
Korea
watch?
shot 4 missiles at northern Colorado, targeting Daniel. But even that's not enough to get Daniel to realize he's being messed with, since his response is to offer Josh to the North Korean government in exchange for being spared. After sending some of the fake screenshots to Bob, Daniel messages him saying, "Burn in hell. Have fun. I hope you die now." To which Bob replies, "Assume that what you asked for has happened. Consider me dead. Quit calling and quit posting about some Bob." As was demonstrated by the Likey meltdown, the only thing that makes Daniel reconsider whatever he's doing is the prospect of being abandoned and not getting attention. As soon as Bob says that, Daniel stops and asks him if he has any social media to verify whether the things he'd been seeing online are real. Bob confirms he has no social media account, and it's at this point where it'd be fitting for Daniel to apologize, right? Well, instead of doing that, his next post says, "I'm heartbroken because of what Bob is doing." While Daniel was sticking to posting to his community page instead of going live and making videos so that people wouldn't dox his location, a fan of his happened to be driving by as he was walking around that night making the posts.
It's actually Daniel Larson. Oh, yo, bro.
You found him.
Serious? Yo, bro, I'm a big fan.
No way.
No, thank you. You don't? I'm a really big fan. Can I shake your hand? I'll point the camera away.
Yeah, just don't show my location because
I will never show your location.
Grace Vanderwall just got arrested.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Grace Vanderwall gotta go. Grace Vanderwall got arrested.
Vanderwall got arrested.
Holy
sh! The FBI is after me.
The FBI.
Because of the threat that I made because I'm not getting
Grace
security.
Vanderwall. She's in prison. We need
Stop!
free Grace. What's going on?
His frantic posting, and with it, his frantic lying, continues to ravage his community page, as he claimed he upped the price of his cameos because no one was buying them due to them being too cheap. Flawless logic. The trolls continue to torment Daniel relentlessly, and in one of the funniest turns of events in this story so far, one of them gets his number and sends him this message. I banged Grace so good while you were walking to the 7-Eleven. I got her to fall in love with me. The attached image, which looks AI generated, is a shirtless and extremely ripped Jacob Sartorius. Daniel posted to his community with the subtitle, "Explain this." Honestly, it doesn't get much better than that.
We weren't moving and getting things done fast enough, so Grace ended up having sex with Jacob Sartorius, and Grace is now pregnant. I was supposed to get it back in housing the first week after I got back to Colorado from New York City. The truth is, I stopped looking for housing the night after I found out Jacob was involved. I got all these new criminal charges on me since I've been back in Colorado to take revenge on Jacob for what he's done.
He briefly breaks up the insanity streak to reveal that he's going to the hospital again to check up on his toe, which he believes is broken. A few posts later, he tragically reveals that while he was in the mental hospital, the staff tried to explain to him that he was extremely delusional, particularly when it came to the topic of Grace Vanderwall. Unfortunately, to no avail, as he just became frustrated the staff wouldn't do what he was asking them to. After finishing his daily series of community posts, he closes it off with an extremely ominous woke with this nice picture attached to it. The timeline is a bit blurry here due to how close set the incidents are, but I'll try to keep it organized. Around the same time, on the 26th, Daniel posts to his community explaining that during a storm, he tried taking shelter at a gas station, at which point, according to him, 2 people entered it after him and started telling him to do something in a menacing way. I don't know what exactly went down, but a scuffle began, and during it, Daniel grabbed someone's throat and pushed him to the ground.
Oh, shit.
While this confrontation took place, Daniel was on a phone call with someone he referred to as his assistant, screaming for help until his phone battery died on him. After this incident, he made a few videos.
I broke a gas station window with a rock.
Damn.
Another post, he claimed his phone charger and backpack got stolen during the fight, and now he only had $3 to his name. Apparently, the broken window got him another criminal mischief charge for the destruction of private property, which he shows in his community tab. And around this time, a YouTube channel called the Daniel Larson Curator established contact with a person who claimed to be a former caretaker of Daniel's. In their conversations, this person suggested that Daniel behaved in sexually inappropriate ways to other disabled people who were living with him, and added that he even tried to do inappropriate things to the caretaker's dog. Besides claiming almost $5,000 worth of damage to the house's drywall, the alleged caretaker said that he refused to take any medication and would only eat mac and cheese. While the contents of this call and the credibility of the person claiming to be Daniel's former caretaker are all dubious, we actually do have evidence for the mac and cheese thing. While it wasn't included in the previous video about Daniel due to the sheer volume of incidents, this is a golden piece of Larsonian history, which I'll let you experience for yourself.
Poor dog.
Now ask my care provider if I could get macaroni and cheese, but that's all we can have in this house. This tastes like cow piss.
It looks good.
Fucking cow piss.
I would eat that.
Know who the put jalapenos in this? Holy my mouth is on fire. Holy I know why this tastes different. It's got something in it that's like sour as well. And if you look, it's got like little things in it. I don't know what it is.
Oh no. He did not improve.
Because it just tastes so f***ing bad, and it's been sitting here for like about an hour now, and I never thought that I would be this angry to where I would be putting this all over the f***ing media. But guess what? It's starting to affect my family and my girlfriend, and I'm not going to put up with this.
Cancel them.
There. And I'll put that all the way into the trash.
Hell yeah.
As you can tell from the video, the man is serious about his mac and cheese. I suppose this is why he serially dines and dashes as opposed to just eating whatever slop he gets for free. Despite being a homeless schizo, our president has the sensitive taste of a chef and connoisseur.
Hell yeah.
For Kraft mac and cheese anyway. Ultimately, the supposed caretaker was never verified and failed to provide any unforeseen larceny footage. There is the very long shot that the caretaker was the real deal and chose not to verify his identity because, in giving the curator all that info, he was violating the privacy of the patients he was caring for, so verifying who he was could get him in legal trouble. However, it's much likelier that this person was a troll who managed to fool the curator and a good part of the community. I'm not sure how the next footage I'll play came to light exactly, but it's a conversation between Daniel and Bob that Daniel secretly recorded while Bob was driving. There are some really funny moments in this too as they discuss the Jacob Sartorius situation.
And I'm sorry about the recording studio getting canceled. I'm sorry. But I don't know who did it.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Sagittarius or whatever his name is.
It's Jacob Sartorius.
Big dick muscle man.
Okay, you just pissed me off.
However, despite the occasional funny utterance from the duo, it's mostly depressing, as we can see that Bob has capitulated to the Vanderwall LARPing and plays along the delusions of superstardom while Daniel verbally browbeats him for the entirety of the conversation.
We don't have the money right now to just keep blowing it on things.
That's why we kept buying these cheaper phones.
And we keep messing up with all these stupid plans.
Every time you would have busted a regular phone, it would have cost you $300 or $400.
And that's my fault, and I take the blame for it. But the real reason, as we know, is we get in arguments over Grace and the label and how we're doing things, and I guess that's my fault too. But it's my life, and if I want to do it a certain way, if I want to have say, I want to have say. So I guess we're both equal, but I'm sorry that you're blaming yourself. I really am.
I'm to blame for everything.
Aww.
I never said that. And that's the thing that I don't understand, is you're so stubborn. Like I was saying, you always think that other things is your fault, and when I say it's not, you don't want to move on.
And then you come back around and you say, well, you caused the problem with Grace.
Sounds like a husband and wife talking.
And it's because we were both working together in booking the recording studio sessions.
Yes.
And the label wanted it done faster. And I was trying to do that. I remember calling you up almost every day, talking to you about it.
5 minutes, and I'd say, let's do it, and you'd say, oh no, I gotta go.
That's because the label messages me getting upset about time frames. And then I call you back after.
Nope. There's where we have the problem. Don't call me.
I call you back the next day.
Or 2 days, 3 days later.
But
say, let's do it. I say, okay.
But still, I mean, I'm busy. I'm busy.
I'm
I'm busy trying to sort other things out, like my f***ing homeless life.
Okay.
You know, I also had to deal with Grace being upset. And, of course, now Jacob Sartorius and her issue with him. And then we're arguing about it because you're like, Grace should have been here in Denver already.
No.
Yes, you said, hold on.
You hold on, because you're changing my words. I said, how many times has she promised to be here? And she's never
Exactly.
shown up. That's not that I'm saying she should have been here.
Well, that kind of is.
If she said she was going to be all the time, she said she
Exactly.
was coming.
She should be here.
Should have been.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm sorry that she didn't own up to her word. Are you calm now? And have we talked about everything that we need to talk about?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
This is probably the most we've ever gotten to look directly into the true nature of Daniel and Bob's relationship, as it shows the kind of psychological warfare and doublespeak Daniel targets the old man with. If there were still any doubts about Daniel being the guilty party in their interactions, this recording erased all of them permanently. From what people have said about it, it seems Daniel recorded and showed this to people as if it made him look good. But as far as I'm concerned, this just shows how aware and manipulative he can be when he wants to be. On the 28th, a couple of new TikTok posts were made where Daniel makes a more detailed confession.
I sent unsolicited pictures of myself naked to Grace when she was a minor and to other minors. I also jacked off in bathrooms and parks. This message was told for me to make by the FBI, and I have to make this video if I am going to have further contact with the Vanderwall family and date. I took pictures of my butthole and sent that to Grace and other celebrities at the time. I also took a water bottle one time and stuck that up my ass. I am a pedophile.
But just because he's being brutally honest in one area doesn't mean the delusions have ended. They've simply migrated. In other posts, he's under the impression he's friends with Oprah and her daughter. Next up is the return of Daniel's paranoia as he makes a few uploads while in the dark in the middle of a wooded area in a park somewhere, with titles like, "I could kinda hear the entire conversation they were having about me." Daniel continued to be completely unwilling to agree to any disability housing arrangement since it would mean giving up constant access to social media and contact with fans, which he is addicted to. As a consequence, he had to figure out how to continue living while homeless, which meant he had to deal with being exposed to the elements. On the 1st of August, he records a video to show his followers what the thunderstorm from the night prior did to him and his clothes because he's completely soaked. Probably the closest thing he's had to a shower in weeks, though, so not all that bad. He also informs his audience that July in Colorado is a free bus and train month, and now that it was over, he was going to take another financial hit. To adjust for this, he hosts a fan meetup at the Colorado Mills Mall, charging $50 per person. Doesn't add up too well, considering he follows it up by claiming he's now making $8,000 a week off of his music and Bob. On the same day, he either discovers he's on the New York City registry, or someone tricks him into thinking he is, which he reacts to with dismay, since despite admitting to being a P word on multiple occasions, he doesn't consider himself an offending one. You see, he's virtuous. He's a virtuous one, guys. He claims Goated Minds blackmailed him into admitting he's a file, though the only thing there's evidence of is Grace impersonators getting him to admit it in order for them to date. Speaking of Goated Minds, Daniel also reveals he's been blacklisted from animal shelters in Colorado, and as far as I'm concerned, that's great news and a sign that Dan's trolls are doing their due diligence to prevent another dog from falling
This is too much
victim to
monkey.
being
No, this
adopted by
is...
him. Later on, we get another set of paranoid schizo videos, and in the same exact park-looking place.
Police department. She's still here.
Based on the video's title and the things he whispers during the
high
footage,
quality
he's hallucinating
content.
visions of Grace Vanderwall. Either Daniel's mind is finally crumbling into itself, or this park is actually haunted. On the 3rd of August, in what I presume was an attempt to further curb troll activity, Daniel talks about how a new court order now compels video verification from anyone who contacts him. While there is a brief valley of uneventfulness over on Danderson's end, none other than Jacob Sartorius himself decides to speak on Daniel and the people calling for
what not to do.
See all the comments. Trust
Stop
me.
this is Trump.
I will not be fighting Daniel Larson. I have nothing against Daniel.
Fight him.
That's about it.
Wise decision. Jacob would never survive the onslaught of the U.S. National Guard.
Yeah,
Over the
man.
course of the next
He'll
few
get
days,
destroyed.
Daniel breaks an electronic toilet and makes it flush eternally. He complains about Bob not financially supporting him and getting an apartment, and then drops this freaking banger.
Hey everyone, so I am so happy to announce
Hey, you better
that I
not
will be having
talk to a minor.
Hollywood
Hell no.
sex
I am a minor.
tonight. Darcy Lynn will be invited. Grace will be invited. Taylor Swift will be invited. Beyonce will be invited. Nicki Minaj is racist. She's not invited.
Aw.
Kanye West is a bitch.
Good.
He's not invited.
Good.
Jacob Sartorius is invited. Donald Trump is invited. I would love to have gay sex with him. And
What?
Joe Biden is not invited because
What did he
he's too
just
sleepy.
say?
He would probably sleep through the entire thing. Thank you, everyone.
What did he just say?
Who is invited, and I can't wait to see you all soon. Bye-bye now.
Would you attend Daniel's Hollywood party? Imagine all the eating and aching. In all seriousness now, he's either embracing his role as a freak and doing his best to be a likable heel personality, or someone is pushing him to make these videos. In his next upload, he talks about covering himself in peanut butter and going to a dog park.
I'm going to put it all over my nude body. I'm going to go to the nearest dog park, and I'm going to have the dogs lick it off.
The third and
What is
last entry
happening?
into these gimmick videos is this.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. My boobs are fantastic, and I'm plastic. I can brush my teeth.
While he's waiting for his apartment that will never come, he's returned to sleeping at
Oh
malls,
my
which
God,
once
bro.
again gets him in trouble as a security guard approaches him and asks him to leave, a request he doesn't cooperate with. The guard then informs him that he's been banned from the Colorado Mills properties within a 3-mile radius, probably due to repeated damage to property, which Daniel doesn't take very seriously, as the title of the video he uploaded covering this event is Colorado
This
Mills
is
security
scary.
trolling, Daniel Larson saying he's banned from everything for 2 square mile. It's been pointed out before, but Daniel is like a chameleon. He picks up on the language people use when they kick him out, so he can recycle it and use it against others whenever he wants to feel in power. Whenever he threatens to call the police or talks about banning people, that's him thinking that if he just talks the same way and uses the same phrases, they'll have the same effect on his ops that it has on him.
He's a
Evidence of
genius.
This is in the next video he uploads, in which he bans people who leak his phone number from his concerts. He then attempts to manipulate Grace Vanderwall into showing up to court with him, saying he'll get arrested if she doesn't. On the 17th, he takes a break from his pity party to declare he intends to continue being homeless and not enter a DDRC program because they wouldn't play along with his delusions and weren't okay with him going nuts on his phone all day talking to fake people. Perhaps upon realizing how dire his financial situation was looking, as both the system and Bob were turning their backs on him, he piles on the pity bait and pressure to extort his online followers, doing streams like, "My fans need to buy cameos or I go bankrupt," and "I'm not showing my phone screen until I make 500 cameos." Usually, people use the word e-betting as an epithet for someone who asks for donations too often and frivolously. But in Daniel's case, he's literally a homeless man begging for cash online, trying to guilt trip his followers into giving him money for doing nothing. In these no-screen videos, he claims that his social security and Google got hacked, and they somehow also got to Bob's bank account and drained all of his life savings. All of those are lies, but it's interesting how Daniel compulsively ropes Bob into everything he does online. To further make people feel sorry for him, he alleged he was being charged $5 grand for trespassing at the subway. I'm not savvy enough to know how true this could be. Maybe that's adding court fees and accrued interest. But regardless, a much better solution than him getting enough donations to pay this debt off is him actually going to jail and ending up in some institution that's going to prevent him from continuing to do what he does. Is that too much to ask? Not satisfied with
this is
people are
Hamon.
maliciously stalking him due to being a celebrity, he starts claiming that businesses are now perpetrating hate crimes against him, in reference to him permanently being banned from Smashburger after starting an altercation by dumping ice water on the manager.
Businesses
No
are
way.
now doing hate crimes on me. So apparently I am banned from Smashburger now. So another boycott. I want everyone to not go to Smashburger.
On the 9th, a YouTube user uploads a video recorded by none other than fellow horror cow Cyrax, sending a message to Daniel, though the audio seems to have been recorded in the nuclear waste of Chernobyl.
What's up, guys? This video is for Daniel Larson.
Who is this guy?
Daniel, first off, man, I want to say that.
Imagine having both of these fellas in the same house together, given their respective histories. I wonder what they'd do first. Fight, or start inappropriately touching each other without consent. Not to pick favorites here, but if this were a competition, Daniel would clear. Just saying. On the same day as Cyrax's heartfelt missive, Daniel goes to Panera Bread and gets himself 4 bowls of mac and cheese. Not that I can blame him, it's pretty fire. Notwithstanding, he also orders Taco Bell just to show you how money smart and frugal our president is. He spends the next few days quietly burning away at the money he got his hands on, getting into an Airbnb that's unnecessarily expensive and nice, buying himself his favorite foods, licking mayo off of his dirty fingers, so on and so forth. The trolls continue to freak about with threatening texts.
I'm eating mayo right now.
Daniel is currently enjoying his unearned cash. It doesn't really get to him that much. Noticing that their strategy isn't working, they decide to up the ante and start spamming Daniel's motel room with pizza orders. Funnily enough, he claims this cost him $100, which means that when the delivery guy showed up with pizza, instead of saying it was a prank order and to cancel any other orders to his address, he paid for it and ate the pizza. On the 18th, he does an hour-long stream claiming he got kicked out of the motel due to the prank pizza calls, and there are divergent theories about this. It could be said that since the entire stream is completely dark, Daniel is lying and is actually in the motel room as he records it for pity points, or he's just staying there his last night because he's running out of money. Soon after, he posts another video saying he's just gotten himself another room, this time the presidential suite. However, it is noticeable that Daniel is whispering, and the room doesn't look like Daniel Larson lived in it, meaning it's entirely possible he snuck into one of the bedrooms left open by a cleaning lady. But maybe he did indeed spend every last dime of his to pay for the presidential suite. Because his lifestyle was slightly more comfy, he felt a lot less need to constantly be online begging for money, and consequently, his online presence became a bit scant during this period. This wasn't his explanation, though, as he said it was due to the police investigating his entire life. Around this time, he had another flight, this time back to New York City, but he released his own ticket number in community posts, and the trolls did him the favor of canceling it. He also had his Cameo account suspended, which effectively cut him off from his source of income, which is pretty worrisome for a guy like Daniel, Daniel, who depends on it for every cent that enters his bank. Thanks to a tweet from Darkside Flow, a DSP troll, we can see that what had fueled Daniel's rampant spend thrifting was a lump sum of $800
Holy
made
shit.
its way to him. And by the 20th of August, it was completely gone, and Daniel got back to the streets. Apparently, he spent $200 on the Airbnb and some more money on food during his stay. That leaves about $500 unaccounted for. I wonder what he spent that on. On the 21st, he re-uploads the presidential suite to pretend he's still at the motel, thinking no one would notice. Based on what's visible in the background of his other uploads and the times the videos were made and posted, the subreddit was able to figure out Daniel slept under a bridge that night. He woke up and made a series of posts rambling about going to court, and again, the subreddit verified it and discovered he had no court appointment that day, meaning he was just being deranged again. On the 22nd, the Daniel we all know, and not exactly love, is fully back in action as he starts to stream while taking a walk. In the chat, people started repeatedly posting "Biden wants you dead" in reference to one of the previous troll campaigns, and Daniel responds in kind.
Biden wants me dead. Biden wants you dead. Biden, like, stop chancing at you assholes.
Initially, he just seems frustrated that people are saying these things, but eventually, he starts responding in the same caliber.
If you keep spamming me, I will give your number to my investigator. I will press charges on you.
Oh,
I will
no.
make sure you get the f***ing death penalty and you get your head blown off. I will f***ing murder you first. You put a gunpoint at me, I will f***ing kill you. They're saying that I'm not powerful enough to kill you. I will literally get the help of Biden to f***ing kill people. I'm at your location. I have a gun.
I wouldn't mess with him.
You're not at my location, and if you do put me at gunpoint, like I said, I've hidden bombs at this park. You will blow up. I really don't play around.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the
This is just creepy at this
It's really
point.
funny that his way of threatening people in his chat is saying he has explosives planted in the park where he is. Am I confused, or doesn't that just mean, like, he is the one who's gonna go, right? The next time he's seen after this botched stream is at a Subway looking very distraught. He then objects to the troll's use of the N-word against him, but not because it's a word he doesn't like. It's just because he's not black. This is sort of a contradictory statement considering how many times he's called Bob the N-word. It also appears he's back to looking for deepfake or AICP since he posts to his community about a supposed sex video between Kanye West and JoJo Siwa. Presumably due to feeling dirty after his illegal goon sesh, he announces he'll be taking a shower, which is probably the third of this year at very best. The shower was not enough to cleanse him of his deep-seated desires, as a day later he's back to making threats, this time saying he's gonna get rid of Bob if the old man doesn't shut out a couple mil. Meanwhile, during one of his streams, Dan starts asking the real dangerous questions.
Who is the Ross child family? Because I'm being told that they are behind all the trolling.
Daniel's anti-Semitism makes a return, even if for a brief moment. Later on, Daniel starts another stream to talk about his feelings, and it's pretty grim to watch someone this deep in delusion and at their wits' end.
This is pretty much what I do, walk until morning. I have nothing else to do. I'm still getting criticism because Grace isn't in Colorado. She hasn't moved here for me. I'm still being called a liar, and
when are you
I don't
sleeping?
think that's ever going
Well, after
to
this.
People judge me for her actions now, just
It's
because
trauma.
I'm
No.
famous with her. I don't want to say this about Jacob. I really don't, because I don't want to cause more issues than there already is. I think that Jacob
I'm learning from
Sartorius
famous
is very, very
streamers.
similar to me. Very similar personality, but he has less trauma in his life, less drama. He can barbecue, from my understanding. He knows how to make steaks, from my understanding. I don't even know how to cook. He's pretty much exactly the same as me, just knows more. The disability housing told me that Grace couldn't live there with me. Grace would have to get her own place.
Oh, damn.
And literally within 2 days, Grace is like, hey, I was out with Jacob. And he's asked me on a date, and I'm you better not be going on a date, and she ended up doing that.
In a moment during the stream, he says this, which is rich considering that's exactly what he's done to Bob repeatedly.
If you tell somebody, you know, I don't like it when you do this, I've literally gotten responses like, you know, I'm my own person. I could do whatever the hell I want.
He complains about Bob moments later. Then he tries to force Bob's hand, along with the record label he believes he's signed to give him $30 grand.
Okay, everyone, so I have an update. I am not doing a motel room. I'm not doing any food, nothing, until I have $30,000 in my bank account. $25,000 from the record label and $5,000
Why?
from Bob.
Of course, as
Oh,
we all
she
know,
has
this
well.
is just an elaborate tantrum, as Daniel doesn't have the resolve,
You probably do.
constitution, or
No.
any memory required to do a food strike. He'd probably forget he declared it.
Oh
within
no, he
half an hour.
tweaking.
Reminder,
He
all of this
tweaking.
is because he refuses to give up his phone to get housing, and instead wants to pay rent to an actual apartment. On the 24th, he gets caught sleeping in a bathroom, and on the 25th, despite nothing having happened in particular, he begins uploading a flurry of videos. The first has him making a series of false claims about his finances, that he gets $300 from Bob every day, that he's been paid $2,000 from Cameo for multiple days in a row, that he's paid $500 a night in the motels he was at. The last one is the most believable, actually, considering how regarded Daniel is about money. To use one of the words he's coined, but he's undoubtedly exaggerating to an extreme amount so that he can LARP as a celebrity living a lavish lifestyle. He closes the video off saying he tried to warn Bob about the hotel rooms, as if Bob had anything to do with the 3-bedroom hotels Daniel decided to pay for. Honestly, right below the sex pest stuff, the most hateable aspect of Daniel is how absurdly incompetent and unaccountable he is with the money he gets. Like, no matter how much help you give him, if he's in control, he will instantly blow it. In that same video, he also says he's in an insurmountable amount of debt.
This dude
even
crazy.
If he were to get the fictional money his record label owed him, it'd all go to paying off his debt, and he wouldn't have any money left afterward.
Yeah, man.
Having explained how dire his financial situation was to his fans, he does some modeling. It's very funny to me to try and imagine how he sees
He's a
himself.
model
Despite
now?
being a psychotic homeless man, he actually thinks he's very much like Jacob Sartorius, some teen social media model. Then he flexes on the haters with approximately $10.
Damn, that's more than what I have in my wallet.
After a reinvigorating sleep stream, Daniel wakes up ready to seize the day. And so he does.
He does
While
a
there's no
sleep
real
stream
activity
too.
from the 26th still up on his channel, it's been very effectively archived. One of the
Reminds
first
me
pieces
of
of activity
someone.
from the day is a freak out.
Idiot! Don't you f***ing see me walking?
As you can see, this was on an Instagram story with a subtitle that indicates it wasn't put up by Daniel, but instead someone else operating his account, possibly management. It's also worth noting that there's no one else visible in the whole video, so he's becoming schizophrenic again. Meanwhile, over on his community tab, he tells an obvious lie while inadvertently revealing what he'd been recently fantasizing about. Daniel's day isn't going too well, though, as it appears Tyrone, Grace's bodyguard and ex-boyfriend, has recently been released from jail and is headed directly to Denver to take Dan out. Adding to his streak of bad luck, no one sent him any cash to buy a $50 lunch at a fancy sit-down restaurant. How cruel of the fans to starve a man to death like that. When someone asked him how much he needed, he replied with the conservative estimate of $10,000, which is pretty fair if you ask me. The next day initially looked like it'd be better, as it began with Daniel getting himself a nice bowl of mac and cheese for breakfast, but not without begging for donations to help him pay for it. In this endeavor, he seems to have ended up with some surplus, or as he put it, made profit, as after his meal, he's seen drinking a Starbucks beverage and a Gatorade. He wasn't allowed to enjoy them for very long, though, since people began calling up where he was at to get him kicked out. After this, Daniel posted a couple of videos of him talking about being shot at or hearing gunshots while freaked out.
Oh no. Daniel Larson, yeah.
If I were to guess, this is one of the instances in which someone randomly texted Daniel something about gunshots just in time for him to hear something that sounded like shots.
The legend himself.
And his insane, suggestible mind just did the rest of the work and filled in the blanks. There was some disconnect with the management at the time, since they seemed to be interested in protecting Daniel's image however that was possible. Because of that, this video was taken down soon after being uploaded. While this meltdown was taking place, something else entirely was going down in the subreddit. A troll collective called Big Gangsta Click uploaded a video they'd gotten from Daniel, where he was, aching himself. I obviously can't show that here, but it's worth noting that based on the screenshots of the chats shown in the same video, this wasn't a situation where trolls tricked him into sending it. On the contrary, it seems the troll was talking about Section 8 housing when Daniel, completely unsolicited, asked, "Have you ever seen me masturbate?" Followed by footage.
She probably just landed. Hell yeah.
This leak didn't faze him too much, though, since he was too busy.
I hope she had a good trip.
He'd gone bankrupt. The next day has even more leaks of the same nature, but not just any leak, you see. In the video leaked on the 28th, which I also can't show for reasons that will be obvious soon, Daniel is seen employing a fleshlight. How did he get a fleshlight, you might ask? Well, if you remember that $500 that mysteriously vanished a couple of weeks ago, turns out Daniel went to the website Adam and Eve, which coincidentally is the same adult toy shop that Chris Chan bought his stuff from, and then he spent $500 on that. A man's gotta
That's
have
crazy.
his entertainment, I suppose. Look, we all have our urges. Mind you, this thing has been traveling around in Daniel's forlorn backpack going unwashed for weeks. I'm actually surprised that some kind of creature wasn't growing out of it. Regardless, Danderson remains unfazed and gets kicked out of yet another establishment, this time while he streamed with glitched out audio. Last but not least, he embraces the love triangle going on between him, Grace, and Jacob, and agrees to be their cook, which is his best attempt at saying the word cuck, I assume.
Grace has admitted to me that she and Jacob have been trolling me all along, and she is in fact pregnant. She will actually give me a chance, and I will become Jacob's, I don't even know how to say it, but it's cock, I think, cook.
Little did anyone know the community would barely have any time to reel in from the most recent incident before Daniel suffered another one. Over the night of the 28th, Daniel found no rest, despite spending most of the night walking around the streets of Denver, becoming progressively crazier as time went on, and he failed to get a lick of sleep. To compound with his already deteriorated state, right at the crack of dawn, a troll impersonating Grace started sending messages to him, saying a variety of insulting things, including, but not limited to, threats, calling him a cuck and a pedo, and perhaps what really got under Daniel's skin, saying Daniel was going to have sex with Bob. This sent Daniel flying over the edge. The first course of action he took was to break a random place's window, which was shown in one of the hacked Instagram accounts. After the window breaking, he began relaying the conversations to his community tab, wherein he spammed the word stop at the troll. He tries to get the troll to cease fire by saying he's hitting his own face, and also says he's going to kill Beyonce. I'm really unsure of how that plays into the conversation, if it even does. This tactic fails to make the troll relent, so Daniel ups the ante and threatens to do something drastic. I'm not sure why he would think that making that threat would work to stop someone whom he believes to be trying to take his own life in the first place, but it's not my place to question his logic. The troll very politely responds by saying they're gonna have Tyrone make love to Daniel into the grave. As you can see in the messages, Daniel keeps posting emergency for some reason. Daniel simply continues to try more and more things, such as making threats against the White House, the US government at large, Columbia Records, every single police station in the world. Didn't know he was ACAB like that. And last but not least, Bob's house. That's a lot of ambition. In order to cope with the stress, Daniel calls one of his managers, Warren, the N-word. He confesses to the fake Grace. When the troll showed signs that they were ready to back off and leave Daniel be for the time being, he began instigating again, threatening them right back. In a desperate Hail Mary attempt to wrestle control of the situation, he forwarded a screenshot to 911, but as it turns out, they don't accept screenshots to the number. Strangely enough, if you zoom in, he didn't send a print of the threats, which would be fitting. No, Daniel sent the police a print where the Grace troll repeatedly says he's gay for Bob. I guess that's his kryptonite. But Daniel doesn't just make community posts, he makes a couple of videos too, such as this lovely piece.
This message is to Grace. Grace is a hater, and I will always hate her now because of what she did.
She's a cheater.
Yes, I will bomb the White House. I will bomb every single police station in the entire U.S.
Oh no, he's going
Grace
mad
told me
again.
to make this video.
I like how he feels the need to close it off by saying Grace told him to make the video, almost as if he's warding himself just in case some legal agent gets wind of his statements and he gets in trouble. I'm not sure how much of his next video I can actually show, given the contents, but basically, Daniel spends 2 minutes hitting himself and headbutting walls as he wails and hopes for Grace's passing. There's even a moment in which he starts violently drooling in his rabid state, and it takes him a few seconds to realize it. It's worth noting, while he isn't
going Super Saiyan.
he isn't causing that much damage due to how he has his hand. Likewise, we can see that he only headbutts the wooden wall with nothing behind it, but avoids the brick wall because he knows he's actually hurt himself were he to headbutt it. In other community posts I wasn't able to find archive versions of, he apparently revealed he'd been scratching his leg compulsively as well. He got that dog in him. I'm unsure if these came out before or after the meltdown, but Daniel uploaded a few other things on the 29th. Disillusioned with Grace, he says he pulled out all of the money he had saved in his bank for Grace, although it's hard to tell if he's doing this just because he now hates her due to the things the troll impersonators told him, or if he just got a really good excuse to take out even more money and spend it on useless crap. Another video shows him on a train titled Daniel Larson on his way to meet up with a family, and there was a live stream scheduled to happen around the same time, but it never started, so it's permanently stuck in the waiting mode. From what I've gathered, as these things took place, Daniel was communicating with someone claiming to be from the U.S. Secret Service. This person was setting up a meeting with him in real life and asking him to keep any piece of virtual evidence related to the Grace impersonators on his phone, as it had become useful. Daniel believes these messages wholeheartedly and all but gloats about his meeting with the agent on the 30th, even though nothing comes of it. Based on the video about him going to meet his family, it's presumed he went to see Bob, which leads to yet another incident on the 21st.
So I wasn't going to film, but since you have a problem with me bringing my phone in the car, now I'm going to film, because that's my legal right. And I guess I will go without dinner now because you have a problem with me even bringing my phone with me. You are crazy. You are never helpful anymore. All you do is cause issues. So, are we going to get dinner, or are you taking me back to the motel and I'm just going to not have anything for dinner? And I'm not going to eat today at all. And I guess I'll starve tonight. So what is it?
Get out.
I'm not going to do it. Because I have my phone.
Get the f***ing out of my car!
Okay, don't grab me.
You want me to break your arm?
If you break my arm,
Get the f*** out of my car!
okay, then let go of me. If you f***ing hit me, holy, where did my phone go? Oh, you are hitting me.
You're hitting me! God damn it!
You hit me first.
Out of my car!
You hit me first. I'm not playing these games with you. You hit me.
No!
You hit.
You hit me repeatedly! Quit hitting me!
You hit me.
No.
So I have
Out
a
of
right
my
to
car.
defend myself.
Get out of my car!
Now where's my phone?
And open the door and you'll find it!
Where did it go? Where did it go? Where the?
His Bob.
Ow!
Get away from my car!
Holy hell! You ran over me!
I'd venture that
Holy
Bob figured out that
shit.
Daniel liked to secretly record things with his phone and tried to prevent it. However, any manifestation of distrust towards Dan triggers his shrill-voiced Karen alternate identity, and he begins raving about being called a liar. As you can see, near the end, Daniel accuses Bob of running over his foot, but he doesn't really sound like someone who had just had their foot run over by a car. The video he posted in the aftermath of the incident has him going ballistic in some sort of indoor setting as he starts headbutting things and pretending to cry.
Bob just ran me over with his car. Bob just.
They have to get divorced, man. They have to get this divorced. This is too toxic.
Bob is a. He hurt me. He hurt me.
To date, this is the first time we've ever seen Bob aggressive to Daniel, and given how prone Dan is to holding grudges and accusing people of hurting him, if Bob had ever done this before, we would have probably heard about it. Danderson is in shock that Bob has finally had enough of his antics, so he takes to his community tab to express his emotions about the
Bob
incident,
has
saying
had
that people
enough.
are trying to put him back in the mental hospital. He does a stream after, calling the police, and can be heard talking to cops during it. Of course, he restructures the whole thing to make himself look like more of a victim, though all it would take is the cops to watch the video he himself had uploaded to see what really happened. It's unknown exactly what the cops did after taking Daniel's testimony, but the motel he was in at the time kicked him out. In another of the streams that followed, Daniel laments himself and says he feels like Bob is disowning him, and soon after he says he spent all of the money Bob gave him buying new headphones after he broke his $100 pair during the previous incident on the 28th. After leaving the motel, he tries to go to a Denny's, but the trolls call them up and get him trespassed before he can dine and dash them.
Bruh.
Additionally, he also claims to have been banned from all Motel 6s in the area.
Bruh.
During the night of the 31st, Daniel does a bunch of streams, and in a moment, he accesses his inner zoo.
Oof, oof.
Oh, his spirit animal.
Meow.
Funnily enough, no one, not even the people who were watching the stream as it was live, had any idea why he did this. The next day, Daniel begs for money due to Bob cutting ties and no longer financially supporting him. Simultaneously, he sets his minimum payout for his music distribution at $10 grand, though I have no idea
that's cheap.
what that means, because for that to be a minimum payout, you need to make $10,000. Daniel? Despite his particularly bereft state at this point, he's still trying to
He
get
played
himself into an
himself.
apartment. I generally get how he can be deluded about things like Grace or his music career, but it's so clearly obvious that the apartment is a pipe dream. I have no idea how he maintains that particular fantasy when he immediately disintegrates any cash he gets once it touches his hands. On the 2nd of September, the fans get a sleep stream outside edition, meaning Daniel didn't find any place to sleep and had to sleep outside on the street. Then he
I have to
fights
do that.
reality itself.
It is not okay that people are trying to bring down my career, saying that I'm not famous. It's a bunch of bullshit, and it's really starting to cause issues with my family and me. I don't have mental disabilities like people think. Just because I post on the internet
He keeps talking about his family despite not really having one, so I'm guessing this is something he heard some celebrity say in an interview, and he's just parroting it. If you've noticed any clinking in the background during some of these clips where he's seen walking, well, that's because Daniel's collecting cans and taking them to the recycling center to get a few bucks. After being hit with 5 prank deliveries in a row, Daniel broke a delivery guy's windshield, and though we don't have footage of the incident itself happening, he did an hour-and-a-half long stream talking about being integrated by the police for it. And yes, he used the word integrated. On the 5th, he gets tricked by yet another Grace providing video verification, which is just a clip of Grace talking taken from elsewhere, and falls for a blatantly false news article saying she got hit by a mega dildo during a show and was severely injured. While the next day is underwhelming, the 7th holds a little more action. Daniel claims he was going to appear in a Law & Order episode, confirms that he has seen and fallen for the joke post and Reddit, claiming to have made riches off of selling his merch, and is once again spamming his community tab. It seems he's finally feeling the consequences of not having Bob to financially support him, as he starts claiming that Bob is forcing him to walk barefoot by not buying him new shoes. Once this course of action isn't effective, he says that the court ordered him to demand money from Bob, followed by a few posts in which he was pretending to be a manager of some kind or representative, talking about himself in the third person. Please tell Bob to stop only thinking about himself. Your future is at stake, and so is Grace's. This will be the most important thing Bob has ever done. We need him, Daniel. Please tell Bob this for me, Daniel. There is no I in team. We can't expect for you to take all this on by yourself. You guys started as a great team, and it's time to restart your relationship for the betterment of everyone. It's time to start thinking rationally here. Eventually, Daniel goes back to doing what he does best, playing the victim. He accuses Bob of forcing his company to go into bankruptcy. Again, because Bob isn't willing to give Daniel free money to continue his work in the music industry, which, by the way, consists of him eating mac and cheese, drinking expensive soft drinks, and sleeping in motels. In a later post, the nature of his LARPing becomes much clearer. When I see my little girl crying because she's worried about you and your situation, it gets me very upset. I'm more upset with Bob than I am with you. This was written from the perspective of Grace's father. It could be that he's getting these messages from an impersonator, but it could also be that he's pretending of his own accord to be her dad, which is its own category of creepy and, weird. In his regular posts, he calls Bob some expletives and says he has forced Daniel into arrest and debt. In a particularly revealing one, he says, "This is why I hit Bob. He doesn't actually help. He only makes things worse." He declares war on Bob and blames him for making Dan hit himself. It's at this point that things start to get a bit worrisome. After saying that things are going to get worse, Daniel says he'll be going to Bob's work, followed by, "My housing will get done one way or another. I will put Bob through what I had to go through every single day for 5 years. I'm going to hunt Bob down. Everyone, slander Bob's reputation. It's going down tonight. I'm not walking barefoot. I will go to Bob's house and break all his windows. I will burn Bob's house down." Knowing what we know about Daniel
people
being
are
more
liking
disturbing and
those
violent than he lets on, there are really good grounds for
funny
Bob to
likes
get a
on
restraining
those.
order against him. He's made many threats that were incredible, but given he's already been violent against Bob before and probably knows where he lives, it's worth being concerned about. The post slowed down with Daniel becoming depressed and hoping that Bob is scared. Feeling that his words are insufficient, he posts a video of his derelict feet, completely massacred by the incessant walking and lack of basic hygiene, all while saying it's Bob's fault and he is owed compensation.
So, Bob and his family at this point, because he's destroying my life.
He says he wants Bob dead, promises he'll take him out that same night, and hopes Bob passes away from his cancer. Amidst all of his turmoil, Danderson finds time to do some pirating.
Ahoy, mateys! What a great day selling!
He's got the going unwashed for months part right, at the very least. The 9th has more of the same. Him threatening to become a hero if the fake Tina Vanderwall talking to him won't stop threatening him. Reposting the messages
This
the
is
fake
crazy.
Dave Vanderwall sent him trying to get him to see Reason. Filmed himself doing the fake drunk Mr. Bean routine on a bus.
Again,
Used
let's
stock
go.
market terms to refer to his apocalyptic finances. Proclaimed his intention to burn down a mental hospital and claims he was assaulted by another homeless person. I haven't found any details about this last part, but given that he was projecting and reversing the roles the last time he accused someone
when are you
it
sleeping?
could likely
After
be the
this.
case this time as well. Another day goes by, and Big D is still going at it on the community tab with banger posts such as, "If I find out Grace Vanderwall did cheat on me, I will kill Bob." The poor old man is getting the short end of the stick, if you ask me. At this point in time, the subreddit was waging a crusade against Daniel's payment apps. Whenever he made a new Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, you name it, they rushed to mass report it and get it offline so that he couldn't get any money out of donations. I can't imagine donating to the madman, especially when you just know that money will instantly accidentally turn into a McFlurry or something equally dumb, but people will do anything, I suppose. Daniel eventually picks up on this and begins pretending that his account had already been banned to try and get people to stop reporting it, to no avail. As the trolls figured this tactic out and just continue relentlessly reporting him into oblivion.
Gym tomorrow. Hold up, I need to finish this.
PayPal, which surprisingly had $300 in it. While it's possible that the people who donated that money got chargebacks, it's also possible that he just got black holed by PayPal and is gone forever now. In order to stabilize his money situation, Daniel gets a job at Uber Eats, only to get fired the same day, probably due to being reported. But low-level employment was never the right fit for him anyway. He was always meant to do greater things. That's why on the 11th, Daniel announces that he will finally get a formal education so that he can get a high-paying job, appropriate for his luxurious financial needs. When asked what he was going to college for, he said music, entertainment, business, and film. He's not all talk either, you see. He canceled a meeting for Section 8 housing so he could work on getting into college. Either trolls instigated the college plans in the first place, or there happened to be some followers of his in Colorado State, because he was immediately welcomed by members of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity. This video came from the TikTok account of one of its members.
Hi, this is Daniel Larson, and you guys should buy Kappa Tau.
The subreddit was really not fond of someone buddy trolling Daniel and playing along with his insanity, so they started attacking the poster until he privated his account. In videos Dan posted to his new YouTube, he can be seen at a party and in the company of some ladies, no less. Like a true chameleon, as soon as he got to college, he dropped his usual personality and did his best to take on the identity of a frat bro. Perhaps the most dangerous part of his buddy troll campaign was the fact that they gave Daniel actual hard alcohol as opposed to the light beers he occasionally sips to pretend to be drunk. He's already a very belligerent and out of control person while sober, so adding alcohol to the mix sounds like a really bad idea. A few videos emerged from this period.
It's almost finished,
Daniel
I promise.
kissing a girl on the cheek for a picture, possibly the first woman he consensually touched in his life. The time Daniel spent living the frat boy lifestyle yielded a few other videos. In one of them, the boys Daniel is with got someone to play the role of Flexburger.
Stop seeing this weird guy. What do you mean?
After giving him a tour of the dorm, Daniel, being the alpha male that he is, naturally rises to a position of authority and starts coaching a couple of
power,
tennis players.
bro.
Keep your eye on the ball, don't think, just do.
That's the word.
Thank you, Coach.
Not satisfied with simply teaching others how to be proper athletes, Daniel then heads to the gym to establish complete dominance by bench pressing some
he's at the gym now. He's gonna be massive. The next Mr. Olympia.
His YouTube channel, taken from a different point of view and under the title "Training for My Fight with Kanye 556." This is a corollary that's sort of hard to explain, but Kanye 556 is another challenged musician who made a diss track on Daniel, parodying one of his songs, "Something More," calling his track "Something Less." I'm not sure why this beef surfaced during the college arc of all moments, but whatever. It's also during the college arc that a YouTube channel by the name of Dylan Clark IRL trolls him with fake screenshots to prove Grace is cheating on him, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get much of a reaction. Daniel's time as a frat boy is unfortunately short-lived, as the trolls very clearly realized that Coach Deion Sanders was going to be at the Folsom football field on the college premises on the 16th. With this in mind, they saw the opportunity to do a little mischief, so they pretended to be Coach Sanders on YouTube and commented on some of Daniel's stuff, inviting him to go so they could meet up. As we can see from his community post during this incident to be, the security of the Folsom field was not having it, and he wasn't let through. A Reddit user posted a picture of him standing at the field, and the next post he made was this video. As we can see, Daniel is being held down by the police, but it was unknown what exactly caused these situations.
Got arrested again.
A couple more videos came out of Daniel being carried around, and even one where we can see one of the cops carrying his backpack, which just reminds me that Daniel has been carrying multiple used and unwashed fleshlights for weeks now. Imagine how great that smells. The same user who posted the pieces of footage also made a post to contextualize them. The basic explanation is that he was trying to get to Coach Prime, and the security didn't let him, so he kicked the guard and started throwing a tantrum, saying how he was a celebrity and he got taken down. Probably more to it that I didn't see, but that's the basics. The ever-vigilant Reddit users managed to dig up jail bookings for that day and unsurprisingly found his name there, discovering he had been charged with third-degree assault. Another of the users put in an information request for Daniel's arrest, which meant getting the body cam footage from the cops, all of which was eventually published on YouTube. In it, we see that Daniel is initially being restrained or supervised by someone who doesn't look like a cop. He tells one of the cops that he had an interview with Deion Sanders, which might not exactly constitute a lie, since he believed it to be true.
Daniel, how's your YouTube channel going?
Not good. There's been people that are manipulating
It's
posting stuff.
bad time, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
And there was a miscommunication today. I have an interview inside with Deion Sanders,
However, he immediately follows it up with an absolute lie he was aware was false when he claimed to be a student of Colorado State. He eventually clarifies to the cop that he hasn't enrolled but only applied, yet somehow has gotten a full scholarship. After all, what college wouldn't jump on the honor of giving the president a full ride? Considering that the cop whose point of view we're seeing in this video asks Daniel how his YouTube channel is going almost immediately upon seeing him, it seems to be the case that the officer is a fan. I guess this explains why the cop is dealing with Daniel so aptly. He knows what he's dealing with. At another point in the video, he revealed that Dan actually tried to record the incident as it was going down, but failed to do it, depriving the community of witnessing his brawl with the security guards. It's very interesting to see how composed Daniel can make himself seem when he wants to, as during most of his interaction with the cops, he sounds way more normal than his usual self. Not normal per se, but closer to a run-of-the-mill homeless oddball than his actual narcissistic, delusional, horror cow self. A few minutes later, the backpack comes up during their conversation, and the cops ask Daniel if there's anything in there he should be wary of, to which Daniel says no. I wonder if it constitutes reckless endangerment if Daniel gets cops to unknowingly interact with his possibly disease-ridden adult toys. Besides the videos consisting of the same interrogation, but from the point of view of the other officers who are with Daniel, one of the other videos shows Daniel being driven around in the back of a squad car in handcuffs. Another of the uploads, labeled Daniel Larson Arrest Footage Part 4, has one of the cops doing an unboxing of the accursed backpack. A bunch of loose papers, a phone and charger, his scuffed tennis shoes, and then the officer does a double take before reaching for his phone to take a picture of the Larsonian collectibles he just found.
Check this out.
Thank God he was wearing gloves. The pictures were eventually shared to the subreddit, and though I can't show them for obvious reasons, they definitely look, used. And just like that, Daniel was going to jail. But as you can see from the play bar underneath the video, the story is not over, though I wish it was. Just 2 days after his arrest, he was back out looking gangster. A day later, after he secured a phone, he does a stream explaining the story of his arrest, claiming the security was using him for their own publicity and the usual shtick.
You're traumatizing yourself. No, man. He's a legend.
This time, he believes he's the father. It's hard to measure what Daniel means and what Daniel just says for attention, but I think he's delusional enough to believe he fathered a child despite being a virgin. Speaking of saying things for attention, a day later, he tells a story about having almost died in a car crash, which promptly changed to having witnessed a car crash where one flipped over from 30 feet away. If I were to guess, it's all fake, because during this whole time, he didn't tell anyone about the event, despite supposedly hanging around for long enough to see the paramedics arrive. And if you know anything about Daniel, there's no way something's going to happen to him that he isn't going to film. A couple of events take place after this. First, it sounds like Daniel is back in contact with Bob, who is trying to inform Daniel that the stories on Reddit about people making millions off of illegally selling his merch are fake. Daniel does a Google search and finds the most scuffed pieces of merch possible on Etsy and AliExpress, and uses it as proof of the Reddit claims. Notwithstanding, he captions one of the bed covers with his face stretched out all over it with, "This is why I hate Bob." In slightly better news, Daniel says he's upset that Bob doesn't seem to care anymore, and complains that the old man is getting himself security and a weapon, which is long overdue, to say the least. On the same day, Daniel meets God. Not directly, but through attending the Red Rocks Church. I'm surprised he hasn't been routinely visiting churches already, considering they often give something or other to the local homeless, whether Dan sees himself as a homeless lunatic or not. Later on, he does a stream claiming to be in the ER for his trench foot, but since the stream is completely dark, it's possible this is another fake story. While that was going on, the guys over at Reddit found out that Daniel had made a new Pinterest account that was equally filled with sus images of middle school age looking girls. The 26 is punctuated with yet another flurry of insane community tab spamming after Daniel sees a poorly photoshopped picture of Grace looking all bruised up. Instantly, he begins talking about bombing places, targeting Bob, and doing something drastic to himself again, all of which is customary at this point. Later on, he claimed to have been hacked and that none of the posts he made during this period were his, yet many of them contained screenshots taken from his phone, which confirmed he was lying. The trolls informed the local PD of Daniel's posts, and during a stream of his, he was interrogated.
Yes.
Blackhawk Police Department?
Yeah.
Can I see your phone with Jimmy on you or anything?
They're on to him.
I don't. Okay. Can I ask?
Could I have you turn around? And we're just
My phone is about to die.
They talked for a while, and once the cops realized
You're gonna miss
Daniel was
it.
off his rocker, they sent him to a mental hospital where he stayed the night on an M1 hold, meaning he was deemed to be gravely disabled. As soon as he got back to phone maxing as usual, people began asking about the Pinterest account, which really annoyed him. To prove his noticeable missing square right on the first screen, signifying that that's where the Pinterest icon was before.
Okay, fine. Damn. Yo, there's still a whole hour left of the video. That's insane. A whole freaking hour. I thought it was like the last 10 minutes. There's a whole hour left. What? I would be going to sleep at 10. Okay, I guess. I'll stop. I thought my camera died. What timing is this? Monkey time to sleep. Damn. So sad. It's like 12 right now. Damn. How sad. I really was enjoying that. But it's Mimi time. They're sending me to sleep. You sending me to sleep. Ow! Alright, I'm not gonna move, man. I'm just gonna stay here and watch. I'm not gonna move. Let's see how long I can stay without moving. My sweet monkey sleep time. Put your phone to charge. No, I'll let my phone die. Be a good boy and sleep for me, please. I'll sleep at 2. Damn. You'll sleep at 2? Yeah. Yes, now sleep. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. My monkey, you need to be ready for gentle battle. Go for gentle and go to bed. Yeah. That's my plan. My plan is to go to sleep. That is the game plan. Game plan, sleep time. Yes, good plan. Yeah. I'm gonna take action soon. I'm just thinking right now. I'm thinking very hard. Boo. That's a good monkey. Yes, that's a very good plan. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, now good night.
morning, children. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Fuck. No. No, you don't have the authority to cancel anything. Thank you. My God. Oh. My nose. Bye bye boy. I authorize fritters every day. That will make fritters no longer special. If I could have fritters every day, fritters would no longer be special. Fritter Sunday has to stay Fritter Sunday. Being only able to have it once a week makes it taste 10 times better. Not good. Oh. Yo, I took the ibuprofen. Where is it? I took the ibuprofen and it feels like my allergies got worse. I'm ready for Sunday, not gonna lie. Yeah, me too. Me too. When I was sleeping, I woke up and my nose was hella stuffy and I had to go to the bathroom because I needed to take a piss, but my eyes were so itchy. My eyes are still itchy. The allergies are kicking in hard. But only take one. Take one every 6 to 8 hours. It's the instructions. That shit did not help with my allergies. If anything, it made it worse. I think it did help me sleep though. Also, I'm hella bloated. I overdid it last night. I overdid it with the loaf of bread. I ate the whole loaf of bread, and then I ate like half a container of mayo, and then a whole container of strawberry cream cheese. So I overdid it. I cannot do that again. My snacking is getting out of control. I have 2 more loaves of bread, but I'm only gonna allow myself to eat half a loaf from here on out. I'm only gonna be allowed to have half a loaf, and that's all. I asked you not to eat that bread last night. Yeah. Well, I gotta not do that. I think you ate it anyways. I devoured it. And the cream cheese. Now I only have 1 cream cheese left. And I don't even know how much mayo I had. I had a lot of mayo. Yeah. But yeah, the new limit will be half a loaf of bread a night. That will be the new limit. Oh yeah, today we can't take too long because we have the massage appointment at 11. The massage appointment is at 11, so gotta be kind of quick. Yeah, the good thing about yesterday though is that I didn't eat a lot of food. So that loaf of bread at night wasn't too bad. I didn't even eat any apples, which is a surprise. most of what not needed it since you ate halfway chicken. Half a chicken is not even that much food. If you think about it, all I ate was a chicken leg, chicken thigh, chicken wing, and the chicken drumstick. That's all it is. That's not a lot. And the breast. Yeah, that's what I said. You didn't say breast. Oh, damn. Today I want to do the cycling quick. I want to see if I could go do the cycling, come back, eat the chicken, and then go gym. I want to see if I could do that. We're gonna go zooming. Anyways, we gotta go. My God. Huh. I'm dying. Thank you. Hey, the good thing is that I'm not sick. I'd rather have allergies than be sick. time to go.